Well, that's what he keeps telling me. I've been up there to prove it. I'd like to thank our partners for this, Cornell, Putnam County, and Ruby for getting us this great space here in Brewster to hold this event. And June Russell from Glenwood, she's hiding back there in the corner, but she has a table up here, so make sure you bump her later on. And if there's any problems with the food, that's who you talk to too. June. She arranged it all. All right, so again, thank you for joining us. We have a great day. I'm going to turn it over to Aaron, who's going to give you some details about what we see around.
Okay, well, I'm really happy to see everybody here today. So you all have an agenda. We're going to pretty much follow that. On the back of the agenda is a couple of websites. And one of those websites will take you to a publication that's over on the table when you came in about flower testing, grain testing, and flower testing. It's like 74 pages. So I gave you the website instead of printing it out for you. We have a Rye Revolution display over here on my left and your right. And is Avery here? So yeah, Avery, there we are. Avery and June and Todd Hardy today are our rye experts. And then we have a display from Weatherbury Farm, Nigel Tudor from Western Pennsylvania that will be speaking to us today. And then we have, so what we did is we got some local hard wheat, hard spring wheat, and some soft white winter wheat. We ran them through 4 local mills, 2 of them stone mills, one of them my kitchen Nutra mill, which is called a little micronizer. And then the wheat also went through a unifying jet mill. And so we have the results, you have the results as well, and we're gonna learn about how to interpret some of that today. And at the dissecting scopes, I have each of those flowers on some sticky tape. So you can look through those stereoscopes and look at the structure of the flower, kind of size distribution, the kind of the angular nature of it, the brand size, and just kind of, I just want you to kind of experience the flower and see what differences there are. Not that anything is good or bad, just it's something you're going to be buying flower and using it, and it's nice to know what you have. And I just want them to be as visual as we could today. And then there's some containers, just, you know, feel the flower, see what it feels like. And there's a towel there if you want them. So that's all I can think of right now. We will start out with Nigel Tudor from Weatherbury Farm, and he's going to tell us a little bit about his farm and how they got started and the story there. And then, so one of our speakers we're zooming in after Nigel, we're zooming in Andrew Ross from Oregon State University, and he'll talk about the different mills and flower quality.
Yeah, next slide. The first one. Okay, so we're gonna go to. I don't know if it's in this one. So hello, my name is Nigel Tudor, and my family has Weatherbury Farm, which is located 35 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the rolling hills of southwestern PA. And our story begins back in 1980. My dad worked for Mobay, which was the American subsidiary of the Bayer Corporation. And for 15 months, he was transferred over to Germany to do a work-study program. And while they were over there, they had 6 weeks vacation. So every weekend and many days in between, my parents would go and explore Europe. Along the way, they stayed at inns and pensions. And they got the idea that when they came back to America, that they would want to start a bed and breakfast. So in 1981, they came back to America with me in tow. And they started looking for a house on 10 acres. And they looked for several years. And eventually they found our house on 102 acres. And as they both had some agricultural background, they decided that they would farm it. And from 1992 through 2007, we did farm vacations on our farm. We had people from around the world come and stay at our farm. So we had people from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa. And we had a farm kid program that for the younger kids, it was a little bingo sheet where when they saw a certain animal or did something, they put a sticker on it. For older kids, it was actually a workbook where they would answer questions. And when they did that, they got an official Weatherbury Farm Kid certificate. And we had over 1,400 kids complete that program. And so every morning after chores, my dad would take the kids out to do, every morning after breakfast, my dad would take the kids out to do chores. And it was a lot of fun. We got to travel around the world without leaving our dining table. And then in 2007, we started marketing grass-fed beef. Basically, before that, we had been doing cow-calf, and we just weren't seeing the amount of money that we needed to see. And our cows had been grass-fed since 1990, so we said, hey, let's start selling grass-fed beef. But whenever we kept the calves back, all of a sudden we had more cows in our barn. And the mulch hay that previously had worked no longer worked. And so we said, well, we need to grow straw to bed the barn, lower nitrogen content. And around that time, we had gotten a Nutrimill, and we were grinding wheat berries into flour and baking with it. And we said, well, if we're going to grow grain, why don't we grow grain we can eat? And so that was the origin of our organic grain operation. So we own 102 acres, and we farm an additional 125 acres. Approximately 65 acres are in grain. And the grain fields are in contour strips, 100-foot wide, alternating between grain and hay fields to control erosion. And I know it does not look like that, but it's quite steep. Most of the fields are somewhere between 10 to 15% grade, going up to 25% grades. And one of the problems we have is we have heavy soils, silt loam soils, clay base. We also have 40 inches of rainfall. So often whenever we get a rain event, we can't get back in the field for 2 to 3 days because we'll cause compaction. And so that limits the amount of days a year that we have that we can work in the field. Our fields are small, so that limits the size of the equipment we can use. So basically we have a lot of small fields, and most farmers would think that that's not really an ideal situation, but you can use it to grow a lot of different grains. So we grow hard red winter wheat, hard white winter wheat, soft white winter wheat, spelt, rye, einkorn, black emmer, winter barley, hulless oats, hard red spring wheat, open pollinated corn, black turtle beans, small red beans, navy beans, and then in some fields after the wheat, we'll double crop buckwheat. So in the late 1990s, when I was getting towards the end of high school, I was thinking that maybe I wanted to do automotive engineering. I had some of these European car magazines, and so cars like the Aston Martin DB7, there were 5 engineers that worked on the whole car. And I thought, wow, that'd really be a cool job to do something like that. So I went up to GMI in Detroit, Michigan, which is General Motors Institute, And they told me basically I could specialize in the metal clips on windshield wipers or the porcelain sections on spark plugs. And so I said, no, that's not for me. And then I was also interested in aerospace engineering. So having had our bed and breakfast and talking to people, I knew that you would get hired on for a project anywhere from 5 to 10 years, and then you would get laid off when the project was finished. So I asked the guy at the aerospace program at Penn State, so when you get laid off, is there any opportunities to do consulting, or maybe you could start a small company? Like Burt Rattan started Scale Composites, and he gave me this look of abject horror, and he said, but you want to work for the big companies. And so I decided that wasn't for me either. And when I was 13 years old, I had started doing blacksmithing as a hobby. And so towards the end of high school, I started to make that was going to be my focus for a career. I took welding classes, machining classes, I took blacksmithing classes all over. I went to Germany on a 5-month-long work-study program. And actually the gate up there is in Belgium. I had made that while I was in Germany. And then from 1999 through 2010, I did blacksmithing pretty much full-time, except for when I wasn't working on our family farm. And the cannon carriage there is from USS Cairo, which is in Vicksburg, Mississippi. The original cannon carriages they took inside the museum to preserve them. And so the reproductions you actually see on the hull of the ship are the ones that I made the hardware for. But the business was starting to slow down around 2008, and we came to the realization that, while people don't have to buy decorative ironwork, they do have to buy food. And so we lived on a farm. We started to focus on adding value to the products that we were producing. And so I went to a lot of different field days. This is the first field day I went to at Kit and Kathy Kelly's in Danville, PA. Elizabeth Dick of Ogren and PASA put on this field day. And I've gone to many field days through the years in New York, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio. I've also gone to the PASA conference and the NOPA conference. And I've met a lot of people and made many good contacts over the years. And because of our soils, they're different than we're organic. We've imported a lot of European equipment. So we have rollover plows, power harrows. We bought a combi drill, which is basically a power harrow with a drill that falls behind it because we had issues with wheel tracks in our grain stands. Basically, if you calculate it out with a box drill, 10-foot box drill, 30% of your grain is growing in a wheel track, which isn't ideal, whereas the power harrow works it up and you plant it in a fresh. We have a universal manure spreader. We spread a lot of lime. Our soils have a very high calcium, cation exchange capacity. And so it takes a lot of lime to move the pH. And then every year my dad and I walk and we spin on clover seed. And I've estimated that for the 65 acres of grain we do, my dad and I both walk somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 miles every year. We also do our own seed cleaning. We have a Clipper 27 seed cleaner, 4-spur gravity table, debearder, disc mill, a Speltby huller, which I built as a SARE grant, which we'll talk about a little bit more today. And then in 2014, because of our small size, we really weren't seeing the revenue we needed to see to be able to support our farm just on selling grain wholesale. So we bought a flour mill, and we started to sell grain directly to customers. So once a month, we have an on-farm flour pickup. People order 10 days ahead of time. We custom grind their orders. We also do mail orders in that same time frame. And then the people will come at a set day. It's Saturday, normally like noon to 2. And we'll talk with them. They will get out, see our flour mill, walk around the farm, and it helps them connect with our farm. Now, we also live frugally and we like to travel. So this is the picture of at the Blarney Woolen Mills. We had just been over to the Blarney Castle to kiss the Blarney Stone. So I'm using the gift of gab that I was endowed with today, hopefully. And after going through the Blarney Woolen Mill, we stopped in their cafe. and we got this bag of chips, which was Kehoe crisps. And on the bag, they had this thing called Spudnap. And you went to their website and you put in the name of the field where the potatoes were grown, and it showed you this like little Google pin, basically, of where the potatoes came from. And we thought, wow, that's really a cool idea. We can expand on this. So now all of our bags have a QR code on them. And the customer with their cell phone can read that QR code and it takes them to the appropriate page on our website. And they can see pictures of the actual grain in the bag, in the field, at different stages, when it was planted, when it was harvested, a history of the grain, a history of the farm it was grown on. And there's some bags over there if you want to try it with your cell phone. And also too, we have an extensive website, which my mom does. She's in charge of the website. And we have lots of information to help customers choose the types of flowers they might want to try or bake with. And we are looking at adding a store to our website to make the ordering process more streamlined. Alan Nation of Stockman Grass Farmer always said that it's easier to keep an existing customer than to create a new customer. And not only that, but existing customers that are happy can create new customers for you. And so we do a lot of stuff to try and help our customers. We have a business card on the back is the dates of the pickups for the year. So the customers have that ahead of time. We have a cookbook we give first-time customers. We have a tote bag we give first-time customers. We have bookmarks, thank you cards, rack cards, and there's examples of them on the table over there if you'd like to look at them later on. And there's some of the things I have quite a few I brought with me, and feel free to take a sample. And this is another trip. This was in Linz, Austria. This was an organic supermarket. We just happened to be going down and we saw it said Biomarkt. And we said, hey, I think that means organic supermarket. So we went inside and there was these bags of grain from Kettler Biohof, which was an Austrian farm. And the one bag was einkorn. This was 2008. And I saw that and I said, hey, I think that's like the oldest grain. So I bought that bag of einkorn. I planted the entire 500 grams in a plot. And because it had been dehulled, I got like 12 plants. And from those 12 plants, I slowly bulked it up. In 2019, I had a small field scale, but we had a lot of strong thunderstorms. And so it all lodged and I had to kind of start back almost from zero again. But I am working on bulking that up. Now, if in the grain trials that Elizabeth Dick did, Penn State and North Dakota State, if you saw a variety that was either named Nigel or Alpine, it came from that bag right there in the picture. The other thing they had on the shelves there is some bags that they called, that were fully pulled pearled grains. They called dinkel rice or einkorn rice, which is pearled spelt, pearled einkorn. And that kind of kicked around the back of my head for many years. And I just finished a SARE project where I built a small on-farm pearling machine. And there's a workbook on that. And I'll be talking about that a little bit more today. Then in 2011, I went to Agritechnica. And if you don't know what that is, it's in Hanover, Germany at the Messe, which is 23 convention centers in one location filled with farm equipment. It's overwhelming. It takes days to go through. But at one of the stands, it was the German Seed Certification Bureau. And we started talking to the guy, and he explained that in Germany, they have to sell registered seed, you have to have tests done in every one of the 16 states so that farmers have empirical data as to how the grain is going to perform in their environment. And they had this beautiful display with little sheaves of the different grains and bulbs of the combine grains in front of it. And they had einkorn and black emmer there too. And I said, well, if, you know, this registered varieties, what's the name of this einkorn and black emmer? So I could try and figure out how to get some seed. And he said, well, they don't register einkorn and emmer in Germany. I said, well, if it's not a registered grain, can I have a couple seeds? And he gave me 12 seeds and I bulked that up. And now that was also in 2019, it kind of fell down, but I focused back on bulking the black emmer since that's something that very few people are growing. And last year I had a 2/3 of an acre field of black emmer. This year I planted 4 acres of black emmer. And there's some of it over there on the table if you want to look at that. Now, you don't have to Doesn't always have to be your travel that you can get ideas from. You can get ideas from other people's trips. This is a trip that Elizabeth Dick and Julie Dawson took many years ago to France. They toured many small grain producers, bakeries, mills. And this one particular farm, she showed me pictures of, they had a wood-fired oven, they baked bread, they made pasta, and something about that just struck a chord in me. So over the years, I collected old Italian pasta machines. And for the past 4 years, I have been building a wood-fired bread oven in my spare time, of which I have very little. It's almost finished. And when it's done, we want to have classes to help our consumers learn better how to bake with local flour. Also, in the kitchen space that used to be for a bed and breakfast, we want to turn that into kind of a micro bakery. And we want to find somebody to partner with so that we can have a seed to slice bakery that will have, the loaf of bread you'll be able to trace all the way back to the field. That's the concept eventually. So we just need to find somebody to work with as a partnership to be our baker. And that's something we hope to do. We have an East Tyrolean mill, which I talked about earlier. And recently we were just able to buy a second mill. Friends of ours in Mechanicsburg, PA, they had a bakery and they ran out of space. And they had this East Tyrolean mill, which was the same one that we had. And they needed to sell it to make way for a double door freezer. So they offered to us at a very fair price, and we got it. Also, too, going forward in our future plans is we want to do cool grain storage. So through the summer, store the grain at 50 degrees, 50% humidity to control insects without using any pesticides on it. Currently, we don't keep grain for longer than a year, except for dry beans. And also, too, several years ago, I managed to get this, the really bad looking one, Clipper 29D, for $1,000. And I'm planning on rebuilding it. And we're going to do a grain cleaning building where we'll trade our 5-gallon buckets that we feed many of the machines, downstream machines with, for bucket elevators, what bins, and we're going to streamline our cleaning process. And so as you can see, our journey has taken many twists and turns along the way, and it's always interesting to see where it's going to go next.
Your voice and project. Okay, I guess I'll start. Hopefully you can all hear me. My name's Andrew Ross. I'm a professor at Oregon State University. There are a couple of my real life friends in the audience, and those that I know, hi, and those that I don't know, hi as well. So Aaron contacted me, I believe, at the prompting of Monica Spiller, who was unavailable today, and that's why I'm here. And the flowers that he mentioned before from the 4 mills were sent to California Wheat Commission, and there was some analytical testing done on it. There were a couple of little samples sent here so I could have a look at the flowers, and we did a little bit more analysis on them. And so I'm going to report that data today and give you some evidence-based discussion about the differences between the flowers from the different mills. But I think I want to reflect on what Aaron said before, is there's no really good or bad here. The mills created flowers of different particle size distributions, and I've done some work on this and published it in the past. And from a variety of small-scale mills right up to one of these Osttirolers or East Tyrolean mills. And they all made acceptably good whole wheat sourdough bread. And, pardon me. I lost the plot there. They all made bread. That I would have been quite happy, or I was quite happy to eat. I'm lucky enough to be able to eat my experiments. So I'm going to share a screen now, and grandiose title. That's all right. We'll get past that now. So the mills that we had, this is actually the stone from a large Meadows stone mill. I believe it was an 8-inch mill that you had, which is, I also have one here. This is a stone from a New American Stone Mill, which was one of the other mills. And this, like, it was really, really hard to find a picture of the interior of a Nutri-Mill or a Wonder Mill style impact miller, but I have a Wonder Mill, not the spelled incorrectly Nerty Mill. I like that name better. And this, when it's empty, this spins at 40,000 RPM and just blasts the grain to pieces quite efficiently. This is a unifying mill, which I define as an impact mill and not a jet mill, because it doesn't actually have compressed air, although it does create its own airflow. But similarly, this just drives the unground grains and then the particles into an abrasive surface. And there's a decreasing gap as we go from the inlet to the outlet of the mill. And these can be fitted with screens which only permit the ground up flour to go through once it reaches a certain particle size or a reduction in size. And so we have a hammer mill here that we use quite regularly. It also has a screen. And this will be important when I talk about the mills and the response of the mills between the hard red spring and the soft white flour. This is just a fun slide for beginning to just talk a little bit about the mill principles, and I won't read what's on the side there, but this was from a guy called Peter Kosman. It was written in Russian in 1917 and then translated into English. And this diagram shows how deeply he went into the technology of stone milling, even though by 1917 it had already largely been supplanted by roller mills. And so, yeah, flour milling by Peter A. Kosman. If you look it up, you can find a PDF of the whole book if you're interested in it. I found it quite fun. Anyway, so all of the milling techniques that we use in the modern era have roots in deep antiquity and even further back into potentially I don't even know what the era is, before Paleolithic era. And the most ancient one of them is pounding, which is the technical ancestor. This is the one at the top of our impact mills. And this goes back, the earliest record that I can see in the archaeological record is 105,000 years ago in Mozambique, where people were grinding up sorghum grains. So it goes deeply. We won't talk about pressing, which is just running a stone roller over the top of static grains. And most of what we do nowadays, it doesn't matter whether it's a stone mill or a roller mill, is what was described here as rubbing or shearing. And so it's a combination of shearing and crushing. And, there's some I would highly recommend, and I do believe you can get this in PDF, The Technical Ancestry of Grain Milling Devices by Russell Anderson. I just find this graphic, which was done by hand in 1938, to be one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in the scientific literature. And it's hard to say that about the scientific literature. Okay. Principles of stone mills. The stone mills, not all, because the Meadows mills are oriented vertically, but the principle's the same, is that they have a moving stone. They run a stone and a bed stone, which is static. Probably from about the last 2,500 years, they've had furrows cut in the stones, and the furrows act in a way as almost like scissors to start cutting the grains up, but there also is grinding and crushing on the lands. That's the flat bits between the furrows. And there's master furrows and the journeyman furrow and the apprentice furrow. And if you want to know more about that link below this, and I'll share this PDF as a PDF to Aaron so he can circulate it. the angelfire.com link to millstones is really, really a valuable resource. But you can see that down here on the bottom left, we have an indication of just sort of how the furrows work and the orientation of the vertical to the sloped part of the furrow. And this will become interesting momentarily. So high-speed impact mills, there's not really much to talk about. They just throw the grain at something, or here it just has to make its way through a forest of high-speed rotating metal blades, and it just beats the crap out of it until it's the right particle size to be extruded from the mill. And sometimes they use counter-rotating ones, but my understanding of the Nutri-Mill is it's just one moving element and one static element, not dissimilar, although at much higher speeds than stone mills. Jet mills, the principle here is that here it's a little bit different to what the unified mill as an impact mill is like, where you actually are using a compressed air to drive the material in and through. And these types of mills are not confined to serial grinding. It's all sorts of reducing things in particle size that these mills can be used in. But in a sense, for me, a jet mill is in principle just another version of an impact mill. Roller mills, so there's an interesting commonality here with more ancient milling, or more ancient milling techniques. And so what we have is a set of rollers with a gap between them, and one roller is moving faster than the other. And this is what would be called the first break, where the grains are dropped through these rolls and they're broken up, and then subsequently in modern roller milling, they're sifted, and then things that are already foul particle size are withdrawn, and so that there's not as much mill stock going on to the next set of rolls. And there's all sorts of technology, I guess, that goes into this. So in the break side of the mill, which I'll talk about momentarily, the rolls have fluting on them, and the flutes have a spiral, and that can be changed. And then the flutes can be disposed. The disposition of the rolls can be sharp to sharp, sharp to dull, dull to sharp, or dull to dull. And here you can see on the left would be the faster roll, and then the differential between the roll speeds can be changed. Now you can see here that there is a heritage in the old furrowed stones that led to the development of these, pardon me, fluted rolls for the break side of a roller mill. The rolls themselves are not evil. You can make really, really good whole wheat flour by having straight through roller mills that don't do any sifting. And I won't really go into that any more deeply. This is just a quick image, and it's quite easy to see. Here we have a dull to sharp disposition, and here a sharp to dull. And you can see that the way that the grain here on the top left in both of these panels is broken up is actually quite different depending on the mill disposition. I do not know the technical, needs or why you would make these roll dispositions different, but it gets very, very technical, very, very fast. I guess here is kind of the where our dismay maybe at roller mills comes in, and it's actually not in the rolls themselves, it's in what's done later in terms of being able to get rid of the bran, either as large bran or as more finely powdered bran, through sifting and purifiers, which we'll talk about later. And so on the break side, which is to break up the larger particles, we have these fluted rolls. And on the reduction side, which is to break down the mostly little chunks of endosperm semolina, which is sort of between 0.2 and 0.5 millimeters in particle size, they have these frosted or smooth rolls to grind that down. This is a pilot scale mill diagram for roller mill sifting, and this is so simple compared to a lot of commercial mills. So the other thing that gets in line with this is also air purifiers, where they blow the lighter bran away from the heavier endosperm particles. But these actually purifiers have a heritage that's even older than really most of them, what we would consider modern roller mills. And certainly they predate roller mills by about 60 years. And so this Ignaz Power, who lived near Vienna, invented the first one, which was done with a hand bellows. And it was quite interesting, and it sort of makes one of the key steps towards modern high-speed roller milling. I missed something there. Oh yeah, I missed a whole slide. I'll just go back one step. So the idea though of gradual reduction, which we saw in that mill flow diagram from the roller mill, people associate that with modern roller mills, but in fact it had been done for a long time before. And the first instance of it was really sometime around 1600, where Monsieur Pigot from near Paris had a set of stone mills that had the gaps set in decreasing gaps as we went from one set of stones to the other, with sifting in between. So gradual reduction predates roller mills in that sense of having different different mill stands by a couple of hundred years. But the idea of gradual reduction and sifting out the flour so you don't have to regrind it is well documented by an archaeologist called Delwyn Samuel in ancient Egypt, where the women who were using saddle querns to grind emmer, which is ridiculous, can be ridiculously hard as an ancestor of durum wheat. And they would use textile sieves to sift out what was already flour particle size, so they didn't have to regrind it to make life easier for them. But because the emmer was so hard, one of the other key parts of separating the bran from the endosperm in modern roller milling is the pre-wetting of the grain, or the tempering of the grain. And there appears to be evidence that these ancient Egyptian women millers were doing this to soften it up a little bit and make their life easier. And they were documented that they may have milled anywhere between 6 and 8 hours a day to grind between 3 and 5 kilograms of emmer for making bread for the pyramid growers or the farm workers or whatever. But it was incredibly hard work, and always done by women. And then later on, an archaeological study that looked at a more recent women from the Turkey region, but these are archaeological digs, and they'd looked at the attachment points of muscles on their bones and realized that all of these women who were milling hours and hours a day were as strong as any modern elite Olympic class female rower. So I guess the men should have kept themselves in check, because their women could have crushed them, literally. Okay, let's see, let's get to the next slide. Okay, so here are our 4 mills that Aaron mentioned before, and this is the Harris soft white winter particle size distributions. I've just categorized them here over on the right. So the Meadows mill and New American mill, the stone mills are rubbing type mills, and the Nutri mill and the Unifine mill are pounding or impact type mills, regardless of whether you find the Unifine mill to be a jet mill or a simple impact mill. It doesn't, it's really, its heritage is in that pounding style. I was unable to find any actual generic data on Harris soft white winter's physical hardness of the grain. So here we have, to give you a sense of that, this is this idea of hardness index, which we use a particular machine to measure, and I won't get into the details of that. But durum wheats, which is, flinty hard, come up with a hardness index in the order of 100 to 120. Red Fife, which is a hard red spring, but on the very, very soft end of the spectrum of hardness of hard wheats, is about 50. We have a very soft white wheat here called bobtail, which is about 20. And we can see here that we have more than 40% of the material in the mill going through the 150 micrometer sieve. but you can see that the two impact mills have a much higher proportion of very, very fine flour. And then the two stone mills have slightly higher proportions of middlings, or those things between 180 micrometers and 400, which are kind of getting into that gritty, sandy semolina style flour. And then if we flick really quickly to the Lang hard red spring, you can see quite dramatically, particularly with the stone mills, that we get a lot more of this material that is that I would probably describe as middlings, and like I've already described, that sort of sandy texture. I've made breads from Meadows mills, and not from a New American stone mill, but other stone mills that have this kind of strong amount of middlings. And you know, like Aaron said, there's no real good or bad. It makes bread that's, you know, it's good. You know, and I'll get into that maybe a little bit later. Lang, I could find some generic data about the hardness index of Lang, and it's about 80, which is fairly typical, or maybe towards the higher end of hardness of the spectrum of hard red spring wheats. So Monica Spiller actually did some work on an actual jet mill called a Zentrofan mill, and ran spelt, which is very soft, and an undefined hard red through that, and then also ran it through an East Tyrolean Osttyrol stone mill and a unifying mill. And I'm kind of a little dubious about how little middlings that come out of this with this hard red, because even the unifying mill in our milling studies here that Aaron conducted is slightly, you know, considerably coarser. This East Tyrolean mill is actually a mill though from a place in Pasadena called Griston Toll, and it's not your typical East Tyrolean stone mill, because they have worked really, really hard to fine tune that mill and parallel the stones and things like that. So it may make slightly finer flour than some of the other East Tyrolean mills that are around in the United States. Okay, so back to our mill study. So we see this is the largest particle size distribution, and we can see that there's a little bit of a skewing in the Meadows mill of a really, really large amount of material, over 850 microns, that was retained on the 850 micron sieve. And not, you know, most of the others had a small amount, and most of this is bran. And we'll see this and talk about this momentarily. When we look at the middlings, we see that reflected, that we had a lot of middlings from the two stone mills from the hard wheat. The pattern is generally repeated between the two, between the soft wheat and the hard wheat here, in terms of the mill's relative proportions of this particle size distribution here. And then, as we saw before, the fines, this is through the 100 sieve. I should have just kept it all in the micrometers, the 150 micrometer sieve. And you can see that we get a considerably larger amount through the two impact mills, and overall just less fines from the hard wheat, which is hardly surprising. Another way, and I won't go into how I calculate the median particle size, but that's the particle size at which 50% are smaller and 50% are higher. And we can see in general the same idea. We're getting finer and finer as we move from the Meadows through to the unifying mill from left to right. But there's a lot less differential between the hard and the soft wheat. So if we look at the unifying mill, which is probably the most vigorous mill, it doesn't really, it's more efficient at milling the hard wheat into smaller particle sizes if really fine flour is what you want. The Nutri-mill is a little bit closer, but you can see that the stone mills are maybe, I don't know, I don't want to demean the stone mills because I quite like them, but they may be less efficient at grinding up the very hard Lang hardwood spring. So here, these are the samples that I was sent of the flowers, and you'll be able to look at them there better. But you'll see that the meadow, and I've just enhanced the photo on the right to kind of get to accentuate the brand, particularly with this white wheat, because it's not that visible. And you can see these very large bran flakes with the Meadows mill. And I believe in my correspondence with Aaron that maybe these millstones hadn't been dressed for some period of time. The New American mill you can still see some brand specks. And then, you can see them in the Nutrimill and the Unifine. But as you could see from the distributions, they weren't as uneven as the Meadows mill. And this is important because it skews some of the later results. This is the hard wheat. We still see them a bigger amount of kind of larger chunks of bran from the Meadows mill. I didn't have enough left of this sample when we did from the Nutrimill when we did after we did our own analysis, just to show you the picture. But you'll be able to look at these and feel them with your own fingers better on site. Okay, so the grain moisture was hardly different. One was 13.3 and one was 12.9. This graph makes it look different at auto scale. I didn't have time to play with all of the graphs. The only thing I would say here, and I live in an area that has very, very dry summers, and typically our grain moistures come in below 11%, maybe even below 10% sometimes. But I would be really concerned about storing this material for any length of time at these moisture contents, because in storage, particularly if the storage is relatively, medium to large scale, you can get convection currents in a storage, even in a small silo, that will transfer some of this moisture to maybe the top right-hand corner of a vertical storage, in which point you might get mold development, which is a bad thing. And I know that in the Northeast is really different to where I am, and you folks have been dealing with damp grain because you have wetter summers. And so, there are other issues related to mycotoxins on the grain itself, but I'm not going to get into that at this point. So the flower moistures, I thought I'd see a trend here towards the higher speed, more vigorous mills, and the ones with a lot of airflow, maybe drying the flower out a little bit, but it didn't seem to be any trend. I'm a little bit dubious about the flower moistures though, because when I looked at the change in flower, like between the grain moisture and the flower moisture, is that positive values here mean loss of moisture. And so, we did seem to get a bit more moisture loss with the Nutrimill for the soft wheat, but we gained moisture for the Unifine and the New American mill on the hard. So I'm a little curious about what that was all about. But there usually is a little bit of evaporative loss from milling if the mills even if they just warm the flour up, water evaporates. Okay. This is just a little tiny bit of physical chemistry to explain the next set of slides. So if you put polymer coils into a solvent, say a water compatible coil like the fiber from oats or the fiber from wheat or rye into water, the fiber coils, the fiber molecules will expand a little bit in the size. But if you put them into a solvent that they're more compatible with, they'll get bigger. And this is the basis of what's called the solvent retention capacity test. So Aaron had the California Wheat Commission do water and sodium carbonate solvent retention capacity tests, and then we complemented that with the other two solvents, which are lactic acid and sucrose. And so I'll talk to that right now. So it's a really simple test. You take 5 grams of flour, 25 grams of your chosen solvent, you shake them all together and put your left foot forward and shake it all about for 20 minutes. Then it's spun for a prescribed force for a prescribed time, and then it's drained, and then you measure how much solvent was retained by the flour. And for just water, it's a great index of overall water absorption of the flour. And but these solvents are selective because the solvents are good solvents for individual components of the flour. So water is the global solvent, and all of the gluten and the damaged starch and the arabinoxylanes, pentaxans or soluble fiber are other ways of describing the arabinoxylanes. You get a sort of overall index. If you use sodium carbonate, which is the one that Aaron had the California Wheat Commission do, it emphasizes the absorption of damaged starch and gives you an index of how much damaged starch is in your flour. And but we added sucrose because we were interested in looking at whether or not, for example, these soluble fiber was more accessible with some of the mills. And then I added the lactic acid primarily to be able to look at another index of the potential dough strength of these flours. Anyway, so that's the sort of primer on that. There's some really, really confusing, no, not confusing, but difficult physical chemistry which underlies it, and I'm not going to go there. I hear the sighs of relief even from the West Coast. Okay, so water SRC, and this is really, really interesting because when we did the mill study on the mills that we did, we saw the opposite trend, that we saw the mills that produced a fine flour had flours that absorbed more water. And for me, intuitively and from first principles, that's what should happen. It's not what happened here, but it's not without precedent. Others have reported in the literature this, what I kind of call contrary result, where the finer ground up flours actually absorbed less water. And this is repeated for both the soft white winter and the hard red spring. I do not have an explanation. As the particle size gets smaller, the surface area to volume ratio goes up quite a lot, which would suggest that they should absorb more water. But these are the data, and like I said, there's precedent in the literature, but we need to keep this in mind as we go through the other solvents. If we look at the sodium carbonate, we don't see almost any change from the mills with the soft white winter, and that's overall lower than the hard red spring, which is completely expected, because when we grind up hard wheats, that is genetically hard hexaploid wheats compared to genetically soft hexaploid wheats, because they're genetically one gene different, which changes the way that the fracture mechanics of the grain. We expect more starch damage from the hard wheat, and that's what we saw. We did see a little gradation similar to the change in water absorption for the Lang hard red spring, but it's also kind of contrary to what I would believe, that if you had those two stone mills with the large proportions of middlings, as we saw earlier, I would have expected them to have less starch damage, but it's not the case here. And starch damage is a two-edged sword. You can have too much, but really in all of the stone mills and household mills that I've ever looked at, none of them were capable of really making too much starch damage. And you need it to be able, for bread making particularly, to be able to, absorb water, so you have nice, resilient, moist crumb. And also because in lean bread making, that damaged starch is available to amylase enzymes to degrade the starch to create fermentable sugars during the dough phase. And so it's particularly in the sort of bread making that you're probably doing yourselves, this is super a super useful category of components in the grain, because it's providing you fermentable sugars. This is from our study where we actually measured starch damage, and we can see this general sort of significant difference in this hard red spring Joaquin Oro compared to the softer hard red spring red fife. So this, remember, if we were doing an actual soft wheat here, it probably wouldn't have overlapped with the very hard wheat, but we've seen a similar thing. The sucrose SRC didn't really tell me much. There was no the pattern between the two, the soft and the hard were quite the same between the two mills, although muted for the soft white winter. And we would expect to have slightly more soluble fiber in the hard wheat compared to the soft wheat. And I didn't get any particular value out of this, but did it, and I thought I'd report it. The lactic SRC was what I wanted to see, and it'll come up later when I talk about thinking about comparing the mills or comparing the wheats, is that I wasn't able to find any specific data on the Harris soft white winter, but in general, soft wheats over quite a long period of time, even like before conventional breeding, had weaker dough characteristics than hard wheats. And the hard wheats that we are familiar with have mostly come from, the Great Hungarian Plain and eastward in towards Kazakhstan, so that, the Caucasus, where, we get Turkey Red and Red Fife, etc. from. And those millers who reintroduced tempering back in the 18th and 19th century were because they had to deal with these hard grain wheats. But they do tend to be a little bit stronger in dough characteristics. And so higher lactic acid, which swells the glutenins, which are the ones that make the network, which holds doughs together, they should have been higher in the laying hard red spring compared to the soft white winter, and that's what we saw. We did see a little gradation, but I think this is a reflection of the water absorption as we go from the meadows to the unifying meal and the hard wheat. I don't think that, and we'll see a different viewpoint of dough strength in a minute. I don't think that the unifying mill was producing a weaker hard red spring flour than the Meadows mill. I just think it's an artifact of the milling. So the next thing that Aaron had California Wheat Commission do was a farinograph. This is what's called a recording dough mixer. It has it up on the top left. It is a picture of a farinograph-like mixer, but it has the same Z-arm mixing elements, and so the dough's mixed, and you measure the torque that's recorded by the blades, and you get this quite typical curve where we see the dough get stronger as it's mixed. And those of you who knead dough by hand know that as you mix it and mix it, it gets more and more resilient. And what they need to do in this test is center the peak around this arbitrary line called 500 Brabender units. I won't go into the heritage of that right now. And then from that, you can get a number of different parameters. So the time that it takes to reach this peak from zero is called the dough development, or the farinograph development time. The time that the upper envelope reaches 500 to when it leaves 500 is called the stability time, and it's an indication of how much the dough resists being broken down by mixing. And there are a couple of other things, the mixing tolerance index, degree of softening, which were measured, but I'm not going to emphasize because I think right now stability and development time are the things that we need. But the other thing that the farinograph does is it actually measures another dimension of water absorption. So to do a farinograph, you may take a number of goes at actually getting it right. You have to adjust the water so that so that the peak reaches, the middle of the peak reaches 500 BUs. And yeah, so I'm aware of the time. And so for the soft wheat flour, because it absorbs less water, you need to put less water in for it to reach 500. So if you put the same amount of water in the Harris as you put in the Lang, the curve would be down here somewhere. So you have to adjust this until you get another parameter, which is the farinograph water absorption. Okay, so that's and I'm not going to go into this. This will be in the PDF so that you can have a text version of what I just said. And so this is the farinograph curves for the soft white winner. So Meadows Mill, New American, Nutri-Mill, and Unifying Mill. And you can see that in general, the mix times are in around 3 minutes. But here is where I'm going to talk about that 14% of above 850. It takes a long time for the Meadows Mill flour to hydrate. And so we get this artificially extended mix time, which I actually would read as 5 minutes and not 6 and a bit minutes manually. And then this really, really artificial and not very useful extended stability time. And that's really just an artifact of this kind of unusually large amount of material above 850 microns from the mill. Now, if I flick now to the hardwood spring and back and forward, you can see that the mix time is extended now, particularly for the 3 mills that don't have this higher amount of over 850 microns. And, you know, we've got mix times varying from 5 to 7 minutes, depending on the mill. Here it's 7 and a bit. It's not quite. You can see a little bit of this slow hydration here. I'm kind of surprised that the Nutri-Mill has a similar look about it, this little jagged sort of edges on the envelope. But this is not the strongest hardwood spring I've ever seen, but it's certainly overall still looking stronger than the soft white. The water absorption, here we don't see that same. In general, there's a little bit of difference here, a little bit of reduction as we get to the unified mill across the 4 mills that we did with the water SRC. But this is using developed doughs, not just relying on the flour to passively absorb an excess of water. And so there is a slight difference between the results we get from Farinograph and water SRC in terms of the indexing of water absorption of the flour. The development time, we can see particularly, you know, as we got to the mills that, particularly the ones that milled finer for the soft wheat, that the development time was reduced compared to this one. But overall, the Lang hardwood spring had longer development times than the Harris, which I would have expected. There seems to be an overlap here, but like I said, I think this is artificially inflated, and because of the large brands over 850. So I'm going to so there's a sort of sense from commodity milling that, or sorry, commodity thinking about high-speed manufacture of white sandwich bread, that to make decent bread, you need like a stability time of 10 minutes or more, sorry, mixed times of, 8 minutes or more, stabilities of 10 minutes or more. And that, anything that had a, 5-minute mix time and a 4-minute stability wouldn't make decent bread. So this is from our study. The comparison between the Harris and the Lang are somewhat similar in this study, although I probably wouldn't have chosen to make flour bread out of the Harris just because it's soft and doesn't absorb a lot of water. And here is bread that's 85% whole wheat red 5, actually from the Gristentol mill, showing that with a 5-minute mix time and a 4-minute stability that you can make, spectacularly good bread. Okay. So just as we get towards the end here, this is a technique where I can look at all of the different parameters, and I didn't choose all of them, I just chose a few, and to see whether or not there's like clustering or overlap in the mills. And so here we can see, if we look at the bottom, most of the variance in this data set is from left to right across the horizontal axis. And we really didn't need to worry about the up and down axis because it only explains about just over 10% of the variability in the data. And so things that are in this half have higher median particle size, more middlings, higher water SRC, longer Farinograph development time, higher lactic acid, higher carbonate, sucrose, and higher Farinograph water absorption. And we can see here that regardless of whether it's the Meadows, the New American, the C, the Nutri-Mill, or D, the Unified Mill, that the mills all cluster over here for Lang as having higher values for all of these parameters compared to the soft white winter. So, I thought that the Meadows was skewing the data a little bit, so I took the Meadows mill out, but it's essentially the same story. And then I did something else here. What was that? I just looked at the stone mills on their own. So this is the Meadows and the New American, and we see this similar clustering. And then also with the impact mills on their own, this similar clustering. And so what it leads me, and this is not a hypothesis, it's sort of like something that I'm quite firm about, and I think is supported by data, although others may dispute that, is that the characteristics of the flour that come out of the bottom of your mill are primarily determined by the characteristics of the grain that went into the top. And there is gradation or modulation depending on the mill, but I'm never going to turn Lang into a soft white winter style profile, nor am I going to turn Harris into a hard red spring type profile just by changing my mill. And so that's what my conclusions are. And I've said the first two things already. The stone mills observed in this study were more sensitive to the differences in kernel hardness than the impact mills and produced substantially more middlings, but we can see from Monica Spiller's data that that's not always necessarily true, but it was for this group of mills. And I couldn't find a picture of Harris. This is Lang. Harris looks to me like a soft red winter there, but that was the only picture I could find. And that's all, folks. I think, and I know we started a little bit over time, we might have a moment to stop share. How do I stop sharing now? Oh, okay.
Glad we are recording this, and that way we can go back and I know I'm going to go back and study that a little bit more. So I know I had one question earlier about nutritional qualities in mills. Is there a time when there's a different nutritional quality based on the mill type?
Yeah, so there's a couple of different dimensions to this in terms of nutritional quality. So there's a lot of talk about the temperature of the flour coming out of the mills and a potential loss of nutrients. You know, there does seem in some circumstances to be where in extremes there's a little bit of pre-degradation of the gluten, which may impact bread making quality, but it's still protein, so it's not going to affect nutritional value. You will certainly potentially speed up the breakdown of lipids and oxidation, potentially around acidity. But because most of the milling that we do for small to medium scale mills is we don't temper the wheat. The grain's quite dry, and that should slow down the onset of that. And oxidized lipids are not good for health. The only kind of issue I have with worrying too much about the heat coming off the mills is that, one, there's good evidence that large stone mills in the past actually produced a reasonable enough heat that the flour sweated when it came off the mill. And so if you go to George Washington's Mount Vernon grist mill, you'll see that there's a thing in there called a mechanical hopper boy, which turned the flour over to cool it before it was bagged so it didn't sweat in the bag and go moldy. And that mechanized hopper boy came from actual hopper boys with little shovels who turned the flour over after it came out of the mill. So the sense that large stone mills didn't heat the flour up, I think, is not necessarily, for me, supported by evidence, but others may dispute me, and it may take a long time for the stones to warm up. When we did our mill study, our East Tyrolean mill was the coolest along with our roller mill. And so, it doesn't heat the flour up as much. The other side of it, though, is particle size. And there's increasing evidence that grinding things up too fine and making particularly the starch nutrients too quickly accessible is actually not necessarily a good thing. And so there's, an idea that not ultra processing your flour and making it too fine is, pardon me, not necessarily the best thing to do. But beyond that, and the other thing about the heat is that when we're making baked goods, we take that flour, we add water to it, which makes the dough or the batter that you're making product out of much more reactive than a dry flour, and then we stick it in an oven at 500 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm a little dubious about some of the worries about heating up the flour out of the mill.
I have one question, if you can answer it fairly quickly. So with roller mills, we usually temper the grain to, I think, about 16% moisture. For other types of mills, does the moisture content of the grain make a big difference?
So yeah, for roller mills, typically for hard wheats, maybe somewhere between 14 to 16% moisture, and for soft wheats, maybe 13 to 14% because they're already softer. Yeah, so the moisture content does make a difference because the moister grains are a little bit softer and mill a little bit easier. But obviously there's an upper limit to that, at which point they just start, smearing about the mill, and that's not, but I don't think that would be grain that we maybe sprouted and hadn't dried down for enough to grind it up.
We have another question, correct me if I get it wrong, but the production practices of growing the wheat with conventional and organic, and then the differences in the milling related to the production practices of the wheat.
I have not really investigated that, nor have I read about it. I mean, I just can't. So, for example, if I grew lang in, adjacent fields, one that was organic and one that was managed conventionally, and they both came out with the same protein content and moisture content and hardness index, I see no reason that the organic and the conventional would mill differently. And I guess I have a little bit of evidence that that's what it might be, because my local mill, Camas Country Mill, does both the sort of modified conventional and full organic production. And when I get the flowers from the organic or the conventional, they don't seem to be different based on that.
We have one more question. Just speak up really loud, Todd.
Are there other stone mills available for sale in North America besides New American Stone Mills of Vermont?
So Meadows, I believe, is still making mills. I'm not real fond of their 8-inch mill, but the bigger mills seem to be in reasonably popular use. The organic mill in Western Kansas, its name's eluding me right now. They use a bank of vertical, I think 25 or 30-inch Meadows mills. I'm not sure that anybody's actually producing mills like Andrew is up in Vermont in the US, but certainly you can source stone mills from Europe without too much difficulty. Dave Miller, nominative, it's named after his profession, is a miller and baker in Chico, California, and he has an Osterola mill as well. And so they're around, and he bought that secondhand from an outfit in Montana or North Dakota or something. So, but I'm not aware of other mill manufacturers like New American or Meadows.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on. We're all ready for our next call.
Hello again. I'm still Nigel Tudor, and now I'm going to talk to you about dehulling spillet, emmer and einkorn, cleaning hulless oats, oat dehullers, rolling grains. I'll touch on buckwheat dehullers and purling grains. And if you have any questions, if you could hold them to the end, because we have a lot of ground to cover. So a lot of people think about a dehuller and they think it's just, that's the machine they focus on, but it's really just one step in the process. And when you're choosing a dehuller, you really have to think about what capacity you're looking for, the acceptable percentage of cracking that you're willing to tolerate, the size you can devote to a dehulling operation, and the amount of money that you want to spend. So the first step for emmer and einkorn, at least, is you need to debeard them, and that's because they have awns, and when you combine them, you'll still have little bits of awns on them, and that'll affect subsequent cleaning operations. The grain isn't very flowable, whereas once you've debearded it, it flows through your cleaning equipment much better. Spelt, you do not need to debeard. And then, and we're gonna have a handout, I don't know if it's in your, it's in your folder here. And I do have the screens that we use for cleaning spelt and winter emmer, which I use a 32 top screen, which is a 1/2 inch round, and a 1/12 by 1/2 bottom screen. And for einkorn, I use a 20 round, which is a 5/16 diameter round top screen and a 1/16 by 1/2 bottom screen. Now, another thing too is when you are dehulling spelt, the hardest grains to deal with are your pin grains. That's the single hulled grain at the top of the head and the single hulled grains at the bottom of the head. And one of the strategies you can use to get a better quality product is to separate those out. And my friend Monroe Stutzman in Ohio, he used an 8/64 by 3/4 screen to grade those grains out. And then he'll dehull the grains that have 2 kernels in them to create like spelt berries, and he'll deal with the other stuff separately for like a milling grade flour. I have used a 14 round screen to remove any of the combine dehulled grains. And I do this every several years because I'll tend to get some rye and spelt. And it's a very easy way to clean your spelt back up. It's much easier than trying to get rye out of wheat. And then once you have cleaned the grain, you move on to dehulling. And after you've dehulled the grain, you need to aspirate the grain to remove the hulls. And then you're going to go to a separation, which is going to be something like a destoner, gravity table, patty table, which is going to separate the grain into dehulled grain and hulled grain, which will go back through the dehuller again. So this is our Q-Sage 5 horsepower debearder. We are debearding einkorn here in the picture. Also too, we have a dust collector, which is a really good thing. If you don't have a dust collector on the output, it's very dusty. And this is our cleaner. This is a Clipper 27 cleaner. The grain is in the gravity wagon. We regulate the flow of the grain with the gate that we open and close. The grain goes off the auger into the cleaner. It has a 2-screen cleaner. So basically we have a top scalp screen and a bottom sieve screen. After it's gone through the cleaner, it falls through an air stream to do a subsequent air separation. And then we bag off 50-pound bags off the cleaner. Now, actually, all the subsequent machines currently that we're doing, we feed them with 5-gallon buckets. So you can see, this is the spelt dehuller. I built this as a SARE grant. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later on. But I'm feeding it with a 5-gallon bucket. The grain goes in the hopper. There's a feed gate with an agitator to get the grain going down into the chamber. And then we blow the hulls out into a tote that we have outside.
I just looked at you a little, like, very top button.
Oh, there, okay. So this is the aspirator right here. So that's basically just an air cone. The dehulled spelt comes out of the dehuller, goes down there, and the airflow sucks the hulls off. This is a Forsberg G2 destoner that we use to separate. The light grains go off the bottom end, and then the top grains go off the top end. And this is einkorn that we're dehulling here. And now the bag that on the top end here, this is in a Rubbermaid 3541 Slim Jim trash can. And we use that to hold 50-pound poly bags. And it's also in your handout. It's a very handy trash can to use to collect the outputs of different cleaning machines. And we're going to look at different types of dehullers. Basically, there's 3 modes of action, which I know sounds like a herbicide pitch. But the first type is an impact dehuller, where you have a rotor that has vanes on it. It's going to accelerate the grain into a ring on the outside. And it's the shock of hitting that ring that causes the grain to pop out of the hull. And this is going to be machines like the Kodima dehuller or the Forsberg 15D dehuller. And then you have abrasion dehullers. This is like the traditional stone dehullers that they used historically, a Hager friction dehuller, a Forsberg number 2 cone dehuller. And then we have what I'm going to call a hybrid dehuller, which is like the horn dehuller or the machine that I built, where you have hammers. The grain goes into the dehulling chamber. It's a combination of getting hit by the hammers, the grain rubbing on grain, the grain rubbing on the screen inside, And then you have different size screens that you put in the chamber. And that, once the grain is dehulled, it can fit through the screen. And in your handout, there's some different size screens that I have recommended, both myself and Henry Byler. And so we're going to take a quick look at historical dehulling. This is an illustration from the versatile millstone workhorse of many industries, which is on the table over there. Basically, it was a flat stone with 4 furrows. And then in the pictures is a actual spelt dehulling stone that's in Dostinkel Bach book, which is also on the table over there if you want to take a look at it later on. And it was just the grain getting abraded between those 2 stones that would cause it to come out of its hull. And now we're going to look at the horn dehuller. And this right here was the original style horn dehuller. My friend D. McElvain in Ohio, in the late 1990s, he went over to Germany and he met with the horn company and he imported 2 horn dehullers. And he told me in talking to Mr. Horn that Mr. Horn got the idea for his machine from a Brazilian coffee huller that he saw in Brazil. And if you search dry coffee huller, you'll actually find some machines that look very similar to the original horn dehuller. But over the years, Horn has made changes. They've streamlined the oscillating sieve. And then you have the DBC1, the green machine there. It's basically the base model horn. It has a little bit less bells and whistles, less variable frequency drives on it. Jonathan Yoder, who worked with Elizabeth Dick on her spelt dehuller comparison study, which is also on the table over there. He told me that you get about 1,000 to 1,500 pounds throughput on this machine. The more common one in the center, the DBC2, you're going to get something more like 1,500 to 2 tons an hour. Claus Martins of Lakeview Organic Grains, I believe, has 2 of these machines. And if one horn is not enough, you can run them in parallel. This is a really interesting picture I found online, and I just thought it was pretty neat, so I included it in there. Now we're going to look at the Kodima dehuller, which is an impact dehuller. And the unique thing about the Kodima dehuller is it has flutes on its vane, so it orients the grain as it throws it into the ring. Joel Steigman of Small Valley Grains, Small Valley Milling, he has a Kodima dehuller, and when he was setting up his plant, his focus was on dehulling for custom dehulling potentially, or for himself. He wanted to be able to efficiently process a semi-load of spelt. So this dehuller has an enormous throughput. It does about 4,300 pounds an hour, but there is one drawback here. It has about 12% crackage. Now for Joel Steigman, he's milling flour, so he can utilize that crackage. But if you are milling, selling wheat berries, spelt berries, excuse me, that might not be something that's acceptable. Now, the way his system works, he has a 4-spurt 29D that does an initial grading, goes in the Kodima dehuller. Out of the Kodima dehuller, he has a Clipper Day duo aspirator. Then it goes to a second 29D to do a grading. Then it goes to a patty table for a final finishing to separate out any remaining hull grains. This is the spelt dehuller that I built several years ago as a SARE project. Plans are available. Elizabeth Dick can share the plans with you. Also, SARE has the plans as a PDF download. Elizabeth also has them in CAD files. So if you want to do some plasma cutting, it's better to use the plans from Elizabeth. And people from around the world have built this. Many people in the US and Canada, Scotland, Bosnia, Tasmania, South Africa, Australia. It's always interesting to hear from people who are building the machines. And for spelt, I can dehull somewhere between 250 and 500 pounds an hour. Einkorn is in the range of 200 to 250 pounds an hour. And as you saw earlier, when I'm dehulling, I pair it with a 4-spurt G2D stoner to do a separation right on the machine. This dehuller is at Monroe Stutzman's in Millersburg, Ohio. Monroe is Amish. He liked my dehuller. He wanted more capacity. So my screen is 4 inches deep. He went to 8 inches deep to get more capacity. Also, too, initially, he had an agitator with a feed gate like mine does. And I suggested to him to try an auger feed because it might give a more consistent flow. He did that. He's actually told me he doubles the capacity. And he is milling, dehulling somewhere between 30 and 50 tons of spelt a week. And he's wearing out a set of screens every week. And the way his setup works is he has a Clipper 29D that does an initial cleaning, goes to the dehuller, and then goes back to the 29D. And then he has an LMC gravity table that he does a final separation on. An LMC gravity table is a little bit unique because it only gives you two fractions, a light and a heavy, instead of a gradient. Couple other things too, it's kind of interesting because he's Amish, he's driving it off of a belt drive, and he has a tachometer on it. So they increase the feed till it starts to slow down and then they back off. He's also told me that with this design compared to his previous dehuller, like with einkorn, he would get 25% crackage, and he gets virtually no crackage now. This is the dehuller that Henry Byler builds. And it's based on my design. He sells this. His contact info is in the handout. He uses a Clipper number 2 cleaner to do a separation. And I actually saw one of these for the first time yesterday at Stewart Forest Farm. And these are the Forsberg dehullers. There's 2 of them. There's the 15D dehuller. So this is the rotor inside the chamber, and you can see the ring on the outside. And it's the impact of getting thrown into that ring that causes the dehulling action. Bluebird Grains has a Forsberg 15D in Washington State, and also I believe Rodney Graham here in New York has a 15D. The other dehuller is a Forsberg number 2 dehuller. That's a cone dehuller where there's a rubber coating on the cone, and it's you adjust the gap between the 2 cones. And it's also called a scourer. I know Jack Lazur had one of these machines. My friend Jay Brandt of Walnut Creek Seeds in Ohio has one of these machines, and I've talked to him. He's told me it does a very good job on einkorn, not so good on spelt. Fair Systems, which is in Canada, the contact info is in the handout. They also build dehullers. Originally, they were dealers of the Hager dehullers, and then they started building their own dehullers. This is a dehuller, PTO-driven dehuller that I saw on Kijiji, which is the Canadians Craigslist. And I thought it was kind of interesting being a PTO, and I saved it, pictures of it. This is a Hager dehuller. Omar Byler of Byler Heritage Acres in Lancaster County imported a Hager dehuller several years ago, and he uses it, he likes it. The picture of the scruffy looking one here is one that's for sale on eBay Kleinanzeigen, which is the German equivalent of Craigslist. And I believe it's for sale for 1,600 euros. And I have spelt dehuller written in German, which is Englischschale, in your handout if you want to look online. Screws the German internet. This is a Hager friction dehuller. So it has these rubber coated discs. Then you adjust the gap between the 2 discs with the red handle here. And basically it's the friction between those 2 rubber discs that causes it to dehull. This particular dehuller is owned by the Sunbeam Extract Company. So anybody here that's grown varieties like Sungold, Maverick, this actual dehuller played a role in their development. And now we're going to look at cleaning hulless oats. So the first step in cleaning hulless oats is to use an air screen cleaner. I use a number 14 top screen, and then I use a 1/13 by half bottom screen. And I should take a step back. So hulless oats, they are mostly hulless oats when you combine them. There's still about 5% retained hulls, and it's very tricky because you can have, and I don't know where the level is. The oats will taste really good, and then you just get a little bit more hulls in them, and all of a sudden it's like you're eating fingernail pieces. It goes from like being the best oats you've ever had to just horrible. So it's very important that you have very clean oats before you're going to roll them. So the air screen cleaner is the first step. The disc mill is the second step. So these discs here have pockets in them. And so the upper mill is the lifting mill. It lifts the hulless oats out in the here. And the hulled oats get rejected and out the end here. And then the lower mill is the finishing mill. It has, so the upper mill has, let me make sure I get this right, 13 A discs. and 5 J discs, and that's also in your handout. And that is the size pockets that will lift the oats. And if you are looking at a disc mill, it's important to get the correct size discs. Just because it's a disc mill, it can have a huge variety of different discs in it. The lower one has discs B through 3 through B5 and 3/4, and that's going to separate out any small weed seeds and broken kernels with pretty good oats coming out the end. And so this is our gravity table. That's what we use to finish the oats. And the way a gravity table works, if you don't know, is the deck here has mesh on it. There's a 10 horsepower fan blowing air up through the deck that stratifies the grain. The heavier grain can touch the deck. The deck is elevated uphill with a slightly forward downhill angle. And so the heavier grain can walk further up the deck, whereas the light grain falls off, and it gives you a gradient from light to heavy. This is a 4-spur 12M gravity table. It has a wooden deck, which I will caution you if you are looking for gravity tables. A wooden deck machine, ideally you want to find a metal deck machine. Because if you want multiple tables, so if you want to have a coarse grain deck for corn and beans, a small grain deck for wheats and oats, and then a small seed deck for like clover seed. And if you are wanting to get additional tables with a wooden deck machine, it can be quite the treasure hunt to find the wooden decks for your machine. And this is a finishing screen. I copied this idea from Monroe Stutzman, and if you don't have either a disc mill or a gravity table, this is a tool that you can use to clean up the oats. By itself, it is not necessarily good enough to give you a finished product, but it's a very low-tech, low-cost technique. And if you've ever dealt with whole grains and you pour them in a pile, you'll notice that the whole grains flow to the outside. And this is taking advantage of that effect. It uses 1/4-inch hardware cloth, 40 inches long, 5 layers, 3/4 of an inch apart. And you can adjust the angle to adjust the cleaning effect of it. And the good grain comes out here, and the rejected grain comes out here. And I believe Monroe Stutzman got the idea from a golden nugget oat huller. And this is, so we're going to talk about some oat dehullers now. This is a horn dehuller where they replace the spelt chamber with an impact dehuller. Maine Grains up in Maine has one of these machines that they use. I don't know of anybody else in North America. This is a Roskamp Challenger oat dehuller. Originally, this was intended for pig feed. And basically, the way it works is the hulling section is right here. It has rubber bars that cause the grain to pop out of its hull. And then down at the bottom, it has a disc mill to separate out the hull grains from the non-dehull grains, and then the other grains go back around for another pass. Maine Grains, when they first opened, had one of these machines. They weren't happy with the quality of the grain. I think they're getting too many cracks off of it, and they upgraded to the horn dehuller. This is a Roscoe Ajax huller. This is at Monroe Stutzman's place in Ohio. For the first couple years, he was trying to dehull oats, but he's since moved on to buying hulless oats because it just didn't work good. But he still uses this machine because it has that disc mill in the base of it to lift the hulless oats out. And this is a Halstead dehuller. This is also at Monroe Stutzman's place. This came from the Quaker Oats factory in Akron, Ohio. And the way it works is it has these discs that have these ribs on it that are cast, the discs are cast iron, and these ribs rub the grain and cause it to pop out. Monroe has done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tons of spelt and other grains through this machine. But like I said, his newer dehuller that was based on mine, he's very happy with because it has a lower crackage rate. And lastly, this is a golden nugget oat dehuller. And Charles Stodden of Commodity Traders told me this is one of his favorite machines. And also Monroe Stutzman, his father, who started the grain business, started with one of these machines. You can see the finishing screen here that I think Monroe got the idea for his finishing screen from. Now we're going to talk about rolling and flaking grain. So basically, unlike a mill where you can tolerate some unthreshed heads and pieces of straw, You need to really have berry grade stuff because whatever goes into the roller mill is going to come out of the roller mill. The other thing too is it takes a lot more power to power a roller mill when you are rolling flakes than when you are grinding using it to crimp feed. The speed of the rolls, if you're going to be converting a mill, is going to be somewhere in the range of 14 to 1500 surface feet per minute. This is a common speed of milling equipment. Also too, the gap is very important on the millstone, on the rolls. I use a 25,000 feeler gauge to set the gap between the two rolls. And this is going to give you a flake that's 25 to 30 thousandths thick. If you get up higher, like 35 to 40 thousandths, your flake is going to start to get too thick and it won't cook right. So when I first started out, I obviously searched the internet looking for oat roller mills, and all I found was like home tabletop things. So I did find this Cub mill from Wolf Roller Mills in Australia. It was a small roller mill intended for milling flour. And I said, hey, can you build me one of those with smooth rolls? And they did. And it works very well for oats, but the 3x3 rolls in it don't have enough suction. It's the diameter that causes the grain to suck down through the rolls. So if you're doing harder grains like spelt or wheat, a 3-inch diameter roll is not big enough. And also too, I kind of underpowered this roll. It had a 1 horsepower motor on it. And if you did really long runs on it, you would tend to trip the thermal protection on it. This is my current rolling mill. It's a peerless roller mill. And originally this is what it looked like. It was intended, it came off a farm. It was used for grinding feed. And I thought it was going to be a real quick restoration project that I would strip it down, paint it up. I'd be ready to go. I ended up resurfacing the rolls, making all new shafts for it, replacing all the bearings, placing 5 of the 6 sheaves on it. And one of the important modifications I did to it is right here. I made these little high-density polyethylene filler pieces so that none of the grain can go around the rolls. And that's a very important feature if you are going to be converting a feed roller mill into a flaking mill, that you do that. This is an Apollo micro mill, which is at Monroe Stutzman's place. And I thought this is a very interesting mill. I have the contact information for this manufacturer in your handout. And the reason is it's a 9-inch diameter roll that's only 2.5 inches wide. So you get a nice big diameter roll to suck grain through, but at 2.5 inches wide, it's not going to take an enormous motor to run it. And most Amish communities like to crimp their oats to feed horses, and most of them have a fab shop where they're making locally, somebody's making roller mills for crimping oats for horse feed. And this is a mill that Elizabeth Dick worked with an Amish shop in New York here to develop. The contact info is in your handout. It uses 6-inch diameter rolls that are 12 inches wide. The rolls are knurled, which I will caution you that that texture will show on your finished rolled product. And you can also see that they added these filler pieces to keep the grains from going around the rolls. This is the Ohio equivalent of the Amish roller mills. And these ones are 6-inch diameter, 8 inches wide, and there's 2 contact things in the handout for manufacturers of these. We're going to give a quick overview of dehulling buckwheat. This is something I've played around with. Not perfected it yet, but I'll give you the idea. The first step is you need to accurately grade the buckwheat. So you need a series of screens between 12 and 16 round. So you want effectively something that's going to go through, say, a number 14 round screen, but over a number 13 round screen. And you might want to do multiple passes so you have very tight gradation. You're going to dehull it. And then after you've dehulled it, it's now going to go through that number 13 screen, the stuff that's dehulled. But you will find one of the things that I'm still trying to figure out is you will get some grain that is still in the hull that goes through that screen. So historically, this is an illustration from the Bristol Millstone Workhorse and Mini Industries, which I said is on the table over there. I thought it had a crazy furrow pattern. There's actually a second design in that book. And then this is the National Open Air Museum in the Netherlands, Arnhem. They have a mill there that made buckwheat groats and buckwheat flour. This mill they had labeled as a buckwheat dehulling mill. I think it actually looks like a quern, but they had it labeled as a dehulling mill. So several years ago, I went on Alibaba and I bought a Chinese buckwheat dehuller that, as I said, I've been playing around with. The main shaft in the motor had a lot of runouts, about 20 thousandths of an inch. And the problem is, being Chinese, some of the threads in the main shaft were metric. So I had to get a lathe that could cut metric threads. But of course, the lathe needs work. So I need to fix the lathe, make the shaft, or fix the buckwheat dehuller. So it's still a work in progress. This is a Spomax buckwheat dehuller. And this is a Polish-made machine distributed by North Valley Ag, which is in the handout. And I didn't mention, most buckwheat dehullers are under running stone, unlike a flour mill, which is a top running stone. And this is a Japanese buckwheat dehuller, Heinz Tomet of Next Step Produce down in Maryland. A couple of years ago, a friend of his was importing a Japanese rice paddy combine, and he asked him to bring one of these in the container over with him. He's told me it works very well, but Heinz has an optical sorter to do that final separation to get out those remaining black kernels from the white groats. Okay, we're going to take a quick look at purling grain. So I just finished a SARE project where I built a small-scale on-farm purling machine. And as I said, when I was in Austria back in 2008, I saw some pearl grains in the supermarket, and I've been kicking around in my head. The problem is industrial purling machines are massive, 100, 150 horsepower. And you're not going to run that on the electrical service on most farms. So I wanted to design something that could be run with a 10 horsepower motor on a farm. And this is some hard red spring wheat. You can see there's some bits of straw, some uncrushed heads. After 3 passes, it's really clean. Now, I will caution you that if you have any small seeds like vetch or something else like that, that will not come out of the grain in the purling process. Now, in Europe, a lot of grains are lightly purled, and they do this because it gives them a quicker cooking time. Why somebody might be thinking about doing purling is it'll allow you to create more products from the same crops you're currently growing. Some people use it to lower the ash content in flour. And also in the SARE project that I did, we looked at using it to control vomitoxin in wheat. So basically you have lightly pearl grains, fully pearl grains, and these are the names of some of the different products. Most notably, Farrow is the lightly pearled version of Emmer. And this is the vomitoxin reduction from the study I did with SARE. So this was some cleanings that were high in vomitoxin. And we started out in the rye with 2.5. We got down between 0.9 and 1.3 parts per million vomitoxin. The reduction in hard red spring wheat was even more dramatic. We went from 6.5 part per million to 1.1 part per million. This is a quick overview of the historical purling. So basically you had a millstone that was inside a metal cage where they made it perforated with like chisels. That would allow some of the grain particles and dust to come out while they're doing it. They would put a charge of grain into the millstone. They would run it for 3 minutes. They would empty it. They would clean it. They would do that again. This is some pictures of the purling machine I built. As I said, it runs on 10 horsepower. The stone is 4 inches diameter, 13 inches long. And I have a construction manual over there that you can see what was all involved in building it. The screen here surrounds the millstone when it's operating, and that allows any grain and dust particles to come out. There is a dust collector hooked up to the machine when it's running, and there's a weighted gate right here that controls the discharge of the machine. This is an Italian purling machine. It was one of the ones I looked at whenever I was designing my machine. It uses a 15 horsepower motor. This is a Polish Spomax vertical purling machine. Main Grains has one of these machines that they use to lightly pearl spelt to market it as Farrow. And so that's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions? Nobody has any questions?
Well, so unfortunately, we are recording this. I'm gonna start calling mine, it'll be encyclopedia.
And that was great. That's a lot of. So we are going to, break for lunch and we're going to get Nigel. Thank you.
Hawk and Harmony Benhouse from Hartwick Center for College and Food Science came down to speak with us today. So Harmony.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. I was going to be the one encroaching on your lunch, but instead I'm going to be the one that's going to have to keep you up after lunch. So I am Harmony Benthausen. I am the current director for the Hartwick Center for Craft Food and Beverage in Oneonta, New York. We are at a small liberal arts college it's a little bit weird that we aren't in a land grant, but that's what we are. We're sort of industry adjacent, support industry. And I'll tell you a little bit about that. I don't really know where to stand, so I'm just gonna like wander around and talk, I guess, here. So our mission at the Center for Craft Food and Beverage is to support growth and innovation in craft food and beverage production through quality testing, research, and education, and provide unique and valuable experiences for our Hartwick students. That's just a little picture of our lab. It's actually an old picture. I should take a new picture because we just got a bunch of new equipment because we are expanding our lab, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Just a short little history of who we are, because I'm not sure if you all know who we are or what we do. Our center was conceptualized in 2013. There was a bit of research going on between our chemistry department and the brewery Oakgang up in Cooperstown. And at the same time, Hartwick was sort of looking for a way to get back into the community, provide support for local businesses. And the need that was identified was that there was a lack of quality testing for beer and brewing raw materials. So that was the aim, to provide that. So the center was funded, it started in 2015 and funded by federal, state, and private sources. And so today we are a fee-for-service lab. We basically support ourselves. We participate in a lot of industry academic research collaborations, like with June and Glenwood and with Cornell and other universities. We do a lot of client education. So we have a full suite of grain quality testing for malting purposes, malt quality testing, and some specialty tests for distilling malts. And we do some beer and distillate quality testing, a little bit of flavor research there for clients. And if you guys have any questions about this, we can talk about it later, of course. And then we are expanding our lab into providing more resources for the milling and baking space. That's my friend Sarah there. She actually works at the Aberdeen, Idaho lab, but I just put her picture in there because she's been consulting for us. So we're hoping to provide some grains, milling, and product specific testing and R&D, and opening a multi-use facility, sort of a communal kitchen for classes and professional development, things like that. And we just got our falling number instrument and our Glutomatic and stuff like that. And it's been pretty fun. It's been a learning experience. So hopefully we'll have that to offer within the next few months. So I want to start just by kind of repeating something that Nigel said before. And I really appreciated the fact that you talked about that QR code. I was just thinking that it's really important for all of us involved in small grains to realize how imperative it is to be able to market ourselves. I think about all of and I work predominantly in the brewing and distilling space right now, and those people spend a whole week out in the Yakima Valley partying their butts off and at hop selection, picking all kinds of hops. They can tell you all about the hop. Everything on the beer can, the beer bottle is about hops, but not one of those people, well, maybe not one, but not many of those people have ever stepped foot in a malt house or in a field. So I do encourage you to self-promote and market the crap out of your grains that you're growing for whatever space that's in, because that's a big part of the story that we help to tell. That's part of our job too, as a testing lab, is to help people improve the quality of their grains so that they can add value and story to their products. So I think I just wanted to kind of thank Nigel first for saying that, because that's really important. So I'm sure you all know where beer came from. There's a lot of history surrounding the history of brewing. The first beer was likely unintentional. Likely there were some grains stored somewhere in the Fertile Crescent in Mesopotamia or Egypt or somewhere. And stored, those grains were sprouted and then dried and then baked into some sort of random bread with some magical yeast. And we all know about the magical yeast because we didn't know anything about yeast back then. We were all taught about the magic spoon. They had these theories about it was the spoon that they used to stir things, and because they had no concept of really, what yeast or microbes were, it was just this one particular spoon. So it was a lot of wild yeast, and perhaps that was made into a bread and then mixed with some other water and then left out to undergo some lactic or alcoholic fermentation. And that resulting sort of porridge with gruel was, contained ethanol, and it was eaten, or alcohol, and then it was eaten. And then there you have it, there's beer, and that's still how you make beer, right? So the grains that were used back then are not the same grains that we have now, right? These were very historic, 8,000 to 10,000 year old barleys or emmers or what have you, depending on the region, depending on the resources they had. So these aren't the same grains that we have now. And so how many of you are right now like small grains farmers doing wheat or barley? How many of you are doing it for any sort of malting or brewing industry? Are you the only one in the room?
Apparently.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, everybody. So grains, all types of grains. I originally had in barley, but grains are definitely critical for the global food system. Barley and wheat especially are important for health. They're a good source of nutrients, calories. Rye, oats, all types of grains are important for the global food system. And obviously for our baked goods, our beer and our spirits. These grains are food for our yeast. And I put these little graphics up here from, from the Brewers Association and from the New York Distillers Association. So there are over 90 distilleries in New York and 485 craft breweries. That's a lot of grains that they need to be able to produce all of that beer. Where are they getting all of these grains? Are they getting them from you? No. They're not getting them from you. So that's what we're trying to encourage. And I know that in New York, we have that interesting special situation with the New York Farm Bill trying to encourage people to use New York grains. But honestly, there's no way we could support all of these breweries and distilleries, but we could try. And that's part of our job, is to try to encourage people like you. I know you're looking into small grains farming. To work more with small grains. We like to give you the market and give you the confidence to be able to produce these small grains successfully for people. So, a little bit about anybody, barley, anybody? Nobody's growing barley? Okay, so people need to know about barley types. So, we've got a few different barley types. There's a 2-row and a 6-row, and these are physiological differences very briefly. 6-row historically has been not very much loved by our country because it is pretty inconsistent. It produces a lot more protein, and as you can see by the wrinkly there, it's how the kernels are positioned on the head. They don't make for very consistent kernels. The 2-row makes for much more consistent kernels, so that's why people in this country have chosen to use that. Allure color, and I'll go a little bit into that in a little bit, but allure color comes in white or black or blue or purple. And anecdotally, it has been the colored allurones have been hated. They were considered inferior quality and considered by Canada to be only feed quality, but we've done about a lot of research on that and proved that that is not actually true. It is not actually lower quality and does not affect flavor. Similar to wheat, which I'll go into next, planting dates of winter or spring, and barley comes in either with the hull or hullless. And I'm talking about these because they all make a difference when we're talking about malting. So wheat, you guys all know, you guys are predominantly doing a lot of wheat. You know all of your wheat types, the hard, the soft, the durum. Nobody's really malting durum. But we have different types of brand colors and planting dates as well. And so these all make a difference when a maltster is considering picking these up, and they have to figure out how to malt them. Malting is entirely dependent on, it's not just a push button operation. It's entirely dependent on, is this sound grain? Is this grain alive? Is it vigorous? What's going to affect how I can hydrate this grain and get this grain to grow? So all of these things make a difference. And the brand color, not necessarily in barley, but in wheat and in other grains, that the brand color, especially in wheat, makes a difference in how a maltster will kill, or at the end, how they will dry down and get some color and flavor into that malt, because the brand color influences your end product, just like the vitreousness. Everything here is about your end product. What your question should always be, what am I trying to make? Who am I trying to sell this to? What is the quality of my grain? How do I know those things? How do I get this malted? How do I get this milled? This isn't just a thing that you go into and say, oh, I've got this, thing, and I'm going to put it through this process. You really have to consider working backwards. What is the end product I can make given this thing? Given this wheat I have, this hard red wheat with 15% protein. I'm just throwing out numbers, but you have to consider, do I have the equipment for that? What is my process? Can I make what I need to make for whomever is asking? So a little bit about barley grain structure. Barley generally does come with a husk, and that's important for a few things. We do obviously have hulless varieties. I know June's got some over there, and she's on the hulless barley variety project with Oregon State. Those aren't commonly malted. They can be, but the embryos tend to fall off during malting because there's nothing to protect them. The husk is important later on for water uptake during both malting and brewing, and it helps with filtration during brewing. The endosperm there is our main little organ of non-living cells. What that is it's all of these, I have some better pictures later on here, but the endosperm is basically all of these little starch granules, both large and small, embedded in a protein matrix. And during the malting process, we have to try to get at those. And every piece of this little kernel here wants to grow a plant, and we have to try to prevent it from growing a plant and instead make malt. So this is just a little pie chart of the barley chemical composition. So in that endosperm, there's about 64-ish% starch, about 10 to 12% protein is what you want. Some lipids, some beta-glucans and panoxans in the cell wall material, and also some fiber and some minerals. So these are some scanning electron microscope photos of the starch granules and protein in here. That kind of gives you an idea of, I'm sorry, that kind of gives you an idea of all of the different sizes and shapes of those starch granules in there, surrounded in that protein matrix. That also helps give the kernel its shape. And so I was trying to think of an analogy, and this was the best one I could think of. We have all of these little, and the fruit is very starchy. It's essentially sugar, and it's kind of stuck in that protein matrix. And, I guess, the gelatin really is protein. So right now it's kind of in that Jell-O mold, and it's a little bit inaccessible to us, right? So when we select grains for malting, and this goes for any grain, not just barley, not just wheat. And I do want to say that people are, in our lab especially, we've been seeing a lot of other grains come in. It's not just barley that we're considering. People are sending in a lot of different, not only barley varieties, but wheat varieties, rye, oats, amaranth, millet, sorghum. People will malt anything nowadays. They're even malting corn. Say what you will about that. It's just an extra step, but they are malting it. People are trying to be creative. People are trying to market products. And we were having a conversation yesterday about the distillers using, a lot of very basic, just yellow dent corn, but now the craft distillers are trying to get more into using, the blue corn, the bloody butcher corn, things like that. So, they're really looking for people that are going to grow these unique grains for them so that they can malt them, because brewers and distillers want these things. Sometimes they don't know why they want them, but they want them. But so for grains, you want pure lots of acceptable malting varieties. I have a lot of people call me up and say, oh, I found this variety of blah, 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 barley. And I look it up and I'm like, that's a feed. That's a feed grade. You can't just malt something because you think it has a cool name. When you look these things up, it has to be acceptable malting variety. And in the barley world, we have a lot of parameters for that. But in, say, wheat and rye, we don't have a lot of parameters for that. We have a lot of, we have some parameters for what is acceptable to malt, because it has an acceptable protein level, and because it's free of disease and it's plump and uniform. But we don't have a lot of other parameters for other grains, which is something that we're working on. It also, your grains also have to be alive. Nigel, I think you talked about that as well. You had these, kernels that you planted, and it's like, well, there's only a few that survived. It has to be alive if you're going to try to malt it, because otherwise, it will just yield you a bunch of dead cells, and that does nothing for anyone. It won't malt very well, and it'll just, if you try to sell it, it'll cause major problems down the line for brewers. So good quality malt comes from good quality grains. That's it. So wheat, we've been, again, it's traditionally in the brewing industry, we have used it to contribute haze, add some sweetness and body, amongst some other flavor contributions for specialty, wheat beers and stuff like that. But it really does require its own set of special circumstances, like any other grain besides barley, in the malt house to produce, that functional and flavorful finished product. So some overlap in those parameters for wheat and barley. It has to be sound. You have to have either no or low pre-harvest sprouting. Moderately pre-harvest sprouted, we just tell you to keep it really cool and dry and malt it right away. Otherwise, you're really going to run into issues. It will just continue to die, and you will lose the germination potential, and that really directly affects everything down the line for malting. You're just not going to get anything out of it if you have pretty severe pre-harvest sprouting. Moisture, it has to be below 14.5 max, especially, when we're talking about storage situations. And as we talk more about, especially in the barley world and in some in the wheat world, I know about needing more dormant grains to protect us from that pre-harvest sprouting that happens. So we don't, the trade-off is like, we don't lose a crop, but we have to wait months longer and be able to get our grains cool and dry and stay somewhere in storage, disease-free and mold-free. So getting that to a low moisture really does help with that. And also finding people to dry it down and store it for you, which I know more people are getting into. But it is very needed, and it's a point of contention between farmers and maltsters for sure. Higher test weights are always desired. It translates to more yield per pound of raw material. Mycotoxins, keep them low. We can't, we can't malt things with mycotoxins above a certain level. And in brewing, it makes a really big difference in all grains as it goes through the brewing process and creates problems down the line after the brewing process, and then storage and beer and stuff like that. In distilling, it makes less of a difference, but it has to do with the fact that they don't want to feed those spent grains with mycotoxins in them to any sort of animals. So these are just some malting barley quality selection criteria, things I already talked about. It's just an example of one of the results pages for raw grains that we give. Moisture, protein, test weight, plumps, germination energy. And if you have questions about that, we can talk about that later. That's just, is it alive? How alive is it? And what is its personality? And we also do RBA, which is pre-harvest sprout and falling number, and then the deoxynibilenol. And I shouldn't really skirt over the germination energy because it is a hugely important part of the personality of the grain. And I know I keep saying the personality, it is alive. And I was just saying yesterday about how fascinated I was that every single variety grown anywhere, whatever, has an entirely different personality, which is why we shouldn't take these things for granted. A lot of maltsters, they tend to think, okay, well, I had this Conrad or this Metcalf or this whatever barley variety last year, and it did great, and it was alive, and it was whatever. I'm just going to do the same thing this year. Well, this year we had a drought year. This year we had a wet year. You know, you're not going to get the same grain. Your grain is going to have completely different characteristics, and it's going to malt a completely different way. So each year, am I really turning you on to this right now? I feel like I'm not getting this. You really have to take into consideration through testing, through constant testing. Most people still do this in their malt house before every batch. Test how it is germinating, because that gives us an idea of how much enzyme creation is happening. Anyway, moving on. Moisture, again, just kind of drilling this in. Barley moisture really needs to be low to ensure that good storability. Cool, dry conditions. The high moisture does encourage microbial growth and germination loss. And really exercising caution when drying. A lot of people call me up and say, can I use my corn dryer? No, you cannot use your corn dryer. It's way too hot, and that actually damages the kernel. If the kernels are heat damaged, they're dead. You're done. So, malting process. The malting of grains influences the functional and organoleptic, the sensory properties of the grain for brewing and distilling. And we break it up into 3 distinct parts, which aren't very distinct, but they're still considered distinct. We have our raw grains, which are our basic starch, protein, and some enzymes. We steep them, which is immersing them in water. We germinate them, which is sprouting, and then we kill them, which is the drying and curing. That's just sort of an overview. So the goals for malting, we want to modify the barley kernel, break down the endosperm, break down that protein matrix, and break down that starch and make it ready for consumption by enzymes and yeast. We need to develop the required enzymes for the production of fermentable sugars and other yeast nutrients. And then we need to dry the germinated barley into finished malt to develop the color, flavor, and stability. And I have that little picture up there of the bird feeding the baby bird, because that's basically what we're doing. We're just the mama bird, like regurgitating food into the baby yeast's mouth. That's what we're doing when we're malting. We're just making it really easy for the yeast to do its job. It did used to do its job. It would have done it on, raw grains, but it would have taken a much longer time without the development of those enzymes to be able to break those sugars down into something it could eat and breaking that protein down. So the principles of steeping, we need to hydrate the grain. That's it. This is what steeping is. We're hydrating the grain, and you have to get it hydrated properly, and you have to get it hydrated enough. The moisture content changes from that 14 or whatever percent it comes in at to 42 to 45%. And that depends on your grain. That depends on whether you have barley, your variety of barley, if it's water sensitive barley, depends on if it's wheat, if it's high protein wheat, if it's rye, if it's oats. I was just malting some oats and they wanted to be at like 60%. So that's just something you need to learn grain for grain. The water is introduced by immersion, and we have some pictures over there. I mean, you're basically just putting it in a big vat of water with a very controlled temperature. Usually between 13C and 20C, although some grains, like we've got some barley varieties now that they don't like to be cold. So that's cool. We're just, it's great in the middle of winter when they don't like to be cold. They really won't do anything if it's cold. So that's something we have to deal with. And that's, these are limitations of a maltster sometimes. And maltsters are very scrappy people, much like all of you. And I'm definitely looking at Nigel here because he apparently just can build anything on Earth. We're going to talk to you later. But a lot of these maltsters have built their own facilities. And so they are limited by what they have built. And if you're in the middle of Michigan in the middle of winter and you can't get your water warm enough, that's a process limitation. So, we do these multi-step immersion and air rests, and the air rest periods are used to remove carbon dioxide and heat produced because this is a very exothermic reaction, and provide the necessary oxygen for respiration. Steeping is generally over a period of 24 to 48 hours, again, grain condition dependent. And those multi-step immersions and air rests, they do encourage the drinking of the water. They encourage the hydration. And modifications, of course, are necessary for any sort of issues. So this is that's a terrible picture. The next picture's better. This is what it should look like. Those little chits, those little acrospires should be coming out when you are done with steeping. That's basically, it should look like it is starting to grow, like it is live, like it is healthy. So during immersion, when it is in the water, we like to rouse it. We have to move it around. This is good for a number of things. It's good for cleaning the grain. It gets all of that dirt and debris off of it if we move it around in there. It makes it a more homogeneous and consistent process. Otherwise, it will stratify in there, and some of it will just be at the bottom, kind of, getting all weird down there, and others will be at the top, and, it just gets a little bit weird. It keeps it much more consistent when we rouse it. But this isn't providing the opportunity to respire. So the air rests provide that opportunity to respire. This removes carbon dioxide and provides oxygen so it can breathe. It also provides cooling to prolong the air rest period. And all of this is necessary so that it doesn't get too choked up and it doesn't get too hot. And for things like water sensitive grain, we have to consider the fact that water sensitive grain, have any of you dealt with water sensitive grains? Keep talking about it, but I'm not really explaining it. So water sensitive means that it doesn't like water, which is, it's really weird. It's a trade-off for dormancy. When we have more dormant grains, especially our winter varieties, our winter types, a lot of water sensitivity comes with that. And so we have to really adjust these steep schedules to accommodate. They like to be teased with water, and then they like a long air rest, and then they like to be teased with water. You basically have to trick them into drinking. It's super fun. So after steeping is complete, we move on to our germination phase, which is where we let the barley grow, either on the floor. Floor maltsters will throw it on the floor into a bed of a certain depth. Other people have tanks that they use. Some people have combination tanks, steep and germ vessels. Some people have separate ones. This is where you're passing the cool, moist air through the bed to provide oxygen and moisten it and at a controlled temperature. And there's a lot of turning that goes along with it, and either in the tank or on the floor. This is all done very manually, or sometimes there are things that people have invented to make it easier to prevent or to encourage the air passage and prevent matting. If any of you have ever dealt with any sort of root matting, that's a super common issue. Some people do spray water on the germination bed to get it just a little bit more water. Just depends on, again, you just have to be so aware of what your grain is doing and what it is saying to you when you're germinating. So when you are germinating, this is happening, and I love this little graphic here. So basically your water, turn it off. There it is. So the water is coming in through the distal end there, through the embryo, through the scutellum, which is organizing things to happen in the starchy endosperm there. So as water is coming in, hormones are being stimulated. Gibberellic acid is one of those hormones that is being stimulated. And then from there, so we have the hydration going in, and it is starting to hydrolyze. It is starting to break down the cell walls, or cytolysis, and it is starting to break down the proteins, or proteolysis, starting to develop enzymes. So again, the hydration is coming in, and it is stimulating all of these things to happen. One of the things that happens when you don't get grains fully hydrated during that steeping process is that we will have sort of a half job, because the water really does come, it just starts coming up and it moves through the system. Well, if you have only half hydrated it, it's literally going to stop right here. And so we have a test that we test for, it's the friability, but that also tests something called partially ungerminated and wholly ungerminated kernels. And I can tell immediately when you've only partially germinated a kernel, because it literally, if you break it in half, it will literally be half not hydrated. So just things to watch out for. And it really does affect how your the end use of this product. So if you remember the Jello mold, the intact starch and protein, but now we're in germination and we have more of a fruit salad because those things are being broken down. That protein is being broken down, that matrix is solubilizing into more amino acids, individual proteins, things like that. And the storage is because the starch is becoming more available. And I stole this little graphic from Montana State's website. I really enjoyed it. You guys should steal it too, because it really is descriptive about how things are happening at the grain stages of malting. And these are just some little SEM images there of the raw. If you remember, they were really tightly packed in there, and now malted, you can see they're all kind of, those little starch granules are all just kind of available and ready to be eaten. So modification is kind of a loaded word. We throw it around, but it is effectively the collective changes that occur in the endosperm during malting, primarily the endosperm, because that's where everything is that has to be broken down. So you see that change from the hard steely texture. You can see it in these pictures here. It changes from that hard steely texture to a soft or more friable texture. And the conversion of the grain, it's converted to a form that's more easily used in brewing. Really understanding modification is key to an understanding of your malt quality. You really have to understand, again, going back to understanding your grain and what your malt quality is for that grain. So enzymes that are produced during malting, alpha amylase, and all of these enzymes, these important enzymes are produced, and they are utilized in the mash during brewing at their optimal temperatures. And they each have their very own distinct optimal temperatures. You can see here that on the x-axis, we've got the germination time and then the activity. You can see that during germination, we get that increase in alpha amylase, and alpha amylase is the enzyme that will break the large starch polymers at the 1,4 linkages. We refer to it as the scissors because it breaks it off at those specific points. And then we've got the beta amylase, and that is considered the Pac-Man because after the scissors come in, the beta amylase has a chance to eat the ends and form even smaller sugars for yeast. And alpha amylase is created during the malting process. Beta amylase is already present and just needs to be freed up. And they each have they're very important to the brewing process during the mash. And this one also has its very optimal temperature during the mash that it will be most active at and break down those sugars. Beta glucanase is the third most important one, and that breaks down those the beta glucans or the cell wall material. And that's super important because if you don't get that, you will create a lot of problems down the line for brewers in the way of stuck mashes. They'll have watering issues, they'll have texture issues, things like that. So beta glucanase is extremely important and needs to be developed during germination appropriately. So protein degradation, what do we get from that? A source of amino acids for the malt enzymes. We have our release of the starch granules. We have our source of amino acids for yeast nutrition, and they do eat them all, and they eat them preferentially. We have our solubilization of insoluble protein, and that's important for foam stability and colloidal stability in the beer. So the factors, I think I said earlier that you there are really some factors that you need to take control of during malting, during steeping and germination phase. Time, temperature, or time, moisture, temperature, and carbon dioxide. So time, you get longer germination. The longer your germination goes, the more endosperm modification you get. The longer germination, the more enzyme synthesis you get. And shorter germination does limit those respiration losses and rootlet growth. The longer you let your germination go, the more you get rootlet and acrospire growth, the more it thinks it's going to grow a plant instead of growing you malt. A lot of people, you know, when we say our range is like 4 to 6 days for germination, but some people like to push it. They think they'll get more enzymes, but what they really end up with is less enzymes because it has chosen to grow a plant instead of make malt. So moisture, the higher moisture favors the endosperm modification because you're getting that grain hydrated. Enzyme synthesis as well. Lower moisture does limit respiration losses and rootlet growth, but you're not favoring any sort of enzyme synthesis. Effective temperature, which is the easiest to get out of control and the most important to control, even though a lot of maltsters really have an issue controlling temperature. Lower temperatures favor that enzyme synthesis. They limit those respiration losses and rootlet growth. You get better homogeneity. You get a more consistent product at lower temperature. You know, slow and low is the best way to go. Higher temperatures favor that endosperm modification. But again, a lot of people are like, well, I just turned the temperature up. Well, you grew a plant, you didn't make malt. If you start to do it too fast, it will get out of control before you know it. And those higher temperatures also favor microbial growth. This is a picture that some maltsters in Texas sent me this past summer, and this happens. It's not dangerous, and in malting and brewing, we have 2 kill steps for this. We've got the kilning phase in malting, and then we've got the boil in brewing. So this isn't terrible, but it's kind of weird to think about. We don't want to encourage these situations, but again, this is Texas in the middle of summer, and it's hard to control. So carbon dioxide, higher concentrations of carbon dioxide limit respiration losses and rootlet growth. And promote protease and activity in color, but that is in the formation of choking. It's basically being choked, it's got no air, and so you kind of form unwanted colors from that. People, I can always tell, they're like, oh, we, you know, did this and that, and I'm like, why is your color so high on this malt? It should be, you know, between 1 and 2, but it's 4, you know, between a 4 and a 5. And then you start to get more into it, and it, you know, seems that they did not control the moving around of their germinating grains. And again, that's a very exothermic reaction, and it is constantly creating CO2, kind of like we are in this room right now. We're just creating all this CO2 just sitting here, and it's, you know, it was cold in here, but now it's getting hotter. But once we start to move around, those concentrations will change. If we all just sat in a group together in a big pile, we would maybe choke. So these are just some pictures from some malt houses and some germinating grains. These are up at the, I think this was Breese in Wisconsin that we were at, maybe. But
Where's that big malt house there? Where's that?
Breese in Wisconsin, and then RAR is in Minnesota. So our final step, the kilning. This is where we are reducing the water content of the over 40% germinated grain to down to 5%. And so this effectively ends germination and modification and any sort of enzymatic and chemical changes. We're preserving those enzymes necessary for the process of mashing. And this is, again, through a very controlled drying down and heating phase. And then, you know, when you got, does anybody brew? You guys home brew at all? Okay, Nigel, you just do everything around. So if you've ever been to, you know, done any reading on brewing, whatever, we've got, you know, what's called base malts, and then we have specialty malts, things like that. Base malts, pale malts, Pilsner malts. Those all provide sugars and enzymes that you need for conversion during the mashing process of brewing. So, but the darker you get, the more enzymes you kill off. So anytime you want to preserve those enzymes, you need a very controlled drying down phase. And then you create a little bit of color with a little more heat, but you're not trying to create so much color and so much flavor with your base malts that need to provide that those enzymes for you. So I wasn't really going to go through this. This is more just, I assume these slides were going to be available to get later, because this is a big old chart of the effect of kilning on enzyme activity. And you can kind of see when each enzyme is active and then deactivated and then completely destroyed during the kilning process. But so then you have malt, all kinds of malt, and the chemistry of malt is complex. You've got all those saccharides in different forms. You have simple sugars. You still have more complex sugars, unfermentable sugars. You've got organic acids. You've got your nitrogen that you need for yeast health. You've got lipids that you need for foam in the beer and for stability. And you've got your volatiles and pigments for aroma and color. So one of the reactions that occurs during kilning is caramelization. And this is heat, and it's the thermal degradation of sugars. It's the browning of sugars, just like you think, like making candy, or if you've ever done any sugar work. Anybody do any sugar work? If you're basically creating candy, and that's exactly what happens. You create the type of molecules like furans and furanones, like maltol, that essentially are your aromas and flavors like cotton candy or caramel. The Maillard reaction, and this is a whole suite of reactions that occurs, but it is it produces hundreds of products, hundreds of these little variations on these compounds here that produce anything from your cereal, bitter, nutty flavors to your meaty, roasted, whatever flavors. These are when you combine your sugars and amino acids with heat. That's what happens, kind of like when you sear the steak. That's what happens. These reactions are happening. So these are also the biggest sources of color, aroma, and flavor in your malt, and then eventually transfer into your beer or your spirits. So, and this is just one of the certificates of analyses that you would possibly get from a lab like ours on a malt analysis. It gives you all of those parameters I was talking about. If you have questions on that, we can talk about that later. I wasn't going to go into that. But we do a whole suite of testing, barley, rye, wheat, whatever, after it's been malted. And this is important for two people, well, multiple people, but the maltster. Maltster needs to ask themselves, did I meet my specs? Did I make the thing I wanted with the thing that I had? And now the brewer needs to take that, or the distiller, and say, what can I make with this? How can I work with this in my recipe development? Is this what I want? Is this what I expected? And what can I make? Again, going back to what is the function of the product you are creating, and how do you get there? Is your grain quality? How do you know? What's the history of your grain? Where did it come from? Do you have a good relationship? Well, you guys are mostly producers, but I always ask my maltsters and my brewers, what is your relationship with the person that did this before you? Do you know where this thing came from? And do you know what you're doing? What is the personality of it, and what's the story you're going to tell? What are your resources for testing or consultation in any regard? Is what I need to make, is my recipe aligned with the flour or malt that I have? And can I make adjustments based on any issues I might have? Are there any production difficulties that I know will happen that I need to talk about? Will the beer or bread quality match specifications? Color, foam, texture, flavor? And just to kind of hone in on that again, just remember that only sound quality grain makes quality products. And that's what these testing specs are for. And with that, I think I'm done.
Does anybody have any questions for her?
So I've been involving as an amendment for wheat flours that have a high quality. This was pretty competition in the Northeast, that we had we're in a drought up through June, so a lot of our wheat varieties actually well optimal falling numbers. Are there particular enzymes that you're wanting to focus on for the flour fermentation?
Alpha amylase, I think, was in your biggest one. That's honestly what most people are concerned with, is that alpha amylase activity.
So why is the beta glucan bad for multi?
So beta glucan is basically part of the cell, it's cell wall material. And to get at anything else, you need that cell wall material broken down. And if you don't do a good job of it, you won't have subsequent modification. You won't have the protein breakdown, you won't have the access to sugars. And also, if you have high beta glucan and any sort of situation where you're presenting this to a brewer, distillers, they're still on the fence about that sort of issue, but brewers, high beta glucans, they cause gumminess. So a brewer will likely not use a product with very high beta glucan or cell wall material, because that would just create all kinds of problems, not only during the brewing process, but in the finished products. Do you have another question?
Oh, yeah, if the fold is like the important part of brewing, and that's why barley is an important movement to use like ancient grains in beer making. Because of the impact on it.
What was the question? Sorry.
You mentioned that the husk of the barley was important in your process making. Is there a movement to use things like spelt and emma that have the whole on there?
Yeah, and people are using more of those, absolutely. And so the hull is important only truly, number one, to protect the grain during malting. But we do malt all sorts of other things, and then they malt just fine. You know, that husk is really important to brewers because it aids in filtration. But if they know they have something, you know, when they work with wheat malt or with rye, they just add in rice hulls anyway. So, yeah.
All right. I'm going to be here all day, actually.
Before we get set for our next presentation, just a couple of things. There is a survey in your packet. Aaron and I asked if you do try to remember to complete that, because it does help us set future grain schools based on what people want information on and would like to see. And we're going to have a presentation by Christy Apostolides and Katie Sheehan Lopez of Harvest, New York, about an opportunity, but we wanted to make you aware of some other opportunities before they speak. Quickly, we have some mill representatives here that we wanted to let introduce themselves and let you know what they're doing. So we'll start with Sarah Brennan. Where are you?
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Brennan. I work for Milestone Mill, which is a new initiative that we just launched in January of this year with a mission to support local farmers and provide nourishing food for our community through grains processing. So we are partnering with others to do that right now, including Wild Hive in Dutchess County, also Mid-Hudson Works in Dutchess County. And we are sourcing our grains from the Hudson Valley Farm Hub. We actually started at the Hudson Valley Farm Hub. So just by a show of hands, I want to see the Milestone Mill team. There we go. Thanks, everybody. And then also the Hudson Valley Farm Hub team doesn't like to raise their hand, but they're right over here. And they're amazing farmers. I'm just really glad to see this event coming through because I remember the very first one 9 years ago in Pegasus or something like that. Anyway, just really great to see everybody, and also glad that Katie's here to talk about farm to school because we have an Ulster County Farm to School working group that she's on with Megan Cahill on our team. We've been trying to figure out how to get shelf stable foods affordable into the school system, and I just had an email about dry beans with this the Onteora School District, so I think it's very promising. So thanks, Christian.
And our other mill representative is Sean Gager from Ardent Mills. If you'd like to say anything.
Hi, I'm Sean Gager, for those who haven't met me that I haven't harassed yet, okay, so. Anybody's growing soft red wheat in the area, we will take it. We're a very large flour mill, for the largest flour mill in the country. We will take it, if you're looking, it's an excellent cover crop, for, winter wheat, soft red winter wheat. And, I have cards here, I have my buyer's number, if you're interested, see me and, contact me, thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. And now Katie and Christy.
Hi, everyone. How do we move this slides forward? Should I just walk up here and? Oh, yeah, okay. I don't think I've ever used one of these before. Okay. Teamwork here. All right, so we're gonna just give you a quick 10-minute overview of the regional farm to school program out of Harvest, New York, which is part of Cornell Cooperative Extension, and talk specifically about some of the opportunities for grains in school meals. So this is us. And also on this map on the right, that every white dot there is a farm to school coordinator across the state. So between all of us, there's mostly full coverage across the state, although there are some holes. Just to say there's a lot of us and we're all doing different things in different regions. Okay, so the regional farm to school program, these are our goals. Provide direct support procuring New York State food products. We're really trying to help food service directors with purchasing of, and by local, we mean New York State. So it could be from anywhere in New York State, trying to get those foods into school meals. And we're helping to develop resources, trainings, technical assistance to support supply chain partners. So that can take a lot of forms. We're really trying to help, move things along and, give assistance wherever it's needed. So these are some of the things we do. I'm not going to go through each and every one, but we try to connect producers and manufacturers with school food service directors. We can help with product development because in schools, if you have kids in school, you probably have seen the school menus. It's all very regulated and very specific. So portion sizes, all of that. It's hard to navigate that sometimes. And so that's what we're here to help with. And then also helping with the procurement process, because that's also very opaque, probably in a lot of cases. It was to me before I started this job. The way schools procure food it's not too straightforward. So we can help with that. And if you want to know more about what we do, there's a one-pager in your folder with the red on top. So that's a lot more detail about our program and school food procurement, if you want to dive in.
It also has the list of all the coordinators in the state too, so if you're from another area.
Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly talk about the 30% initiative. How many of you know or have heard of the New York State 30%? Just a couple. Okay, so we're currently in the 5th year of the 30%. Was started by Governor Cuomo in 2018, and this is an incentive program. So school districts that purchase 30% or more of their lunch foods from New York State get an extra reimbursement. So every lunch gets reimbursed 6 cents, which is not very much. And that actually goes up to 25 cents if they're able to get to 30%. So it's work for the school district, but it's a nice incentive to get a financial return for all of the hard work they're doing on procurement and documentation. So there is an incentive out there. You go to the next. All right, so this is a map of all the school districts that have qualified for 30%. And you see a giant hole in the Hudson Valley and Long Island. So we're trying to change that. We're in the 5th year. I think next year we're going to have at least 6 or 7 districts that are on that map. But we're working on it. And that's one of the reasons we have jobs right now. So that's not to say there are no school districts doing farm to school right now, but they just haven't gotten to 30%. Okay, and Christy's going to talk about grades.
So these are some of the just requirements that make up the nutritional needs from each of the schools. Each meal has to be made up of 80% has to be, 8% of the grain portion has to be made up of whole grains. The portion sizes are very specific. Meat patties are 2.3 ounces, so it's very specific needs for each individual product. And there are things that are used a lot repetitively, like Katie said. I don't know if you have kids in schools, but we see like hamburgers appear quite often on the menus. So they use, there are certain things that are used quite often in the menu cycle. We do have 2 currently available grain products that are being sold to schools right now. This would be pasta and pita chips. Right now, this is the only New York State the only item that is produced using New York State grains that are available to schools. Some of the things that Katie mentioned we do work on is product development, and what we've been discussing with some of the bakers, specifically Rock and Bakery, which services pretty much every school from Albany down through Long Island and New York City. They're interested in doing a New York State food product. So if anybody is interested in supplying wheat, please give me a call because they do want to talk to you. And so probably what we're looking at for that particular product are the most commonly used items in the schools. And those are things along the lines of dinner rolls or buns, sliced bread. I'm actually surprised to see pizza out there, but I thought most of it was like pre-made, but yeah, that's sort of another option.
Every breakfast.
That's true. And then there are rice and tortillas and some level of unprocessed grains, but not sure how often those are served. So I mean, if we did do some product development, we'd probably concentrate on the top 3 there. So working with schools is a little, as Katie said, the sort of procurement process is a little opaque. They do have to follow federal procurement rules. There's a lot that goes into actually what it means to respond to these bids. It has to go out to, often things have to have to go out to a bid. You have to respond to that bid in the appropriate way in order to win the bid, because they are bound by this lowest cost. There are a few ways that we can work around that in certain instances, but where we can help producers respond to those bids. If you're interested in schools, that's certainly something we can help with. As mentioned up there, so most local food is sort of a featured item. It's not going to be a regularly served item on the menu. It's not going to be a hamburger bun every day. One of the things that Katie and I have been working on in this region is this new concept of New York Thursdays, where everything on the menu, or as many items as possible on the menu on any given Thursday lunch, are from New York. And an example of a New York Thursday would be meal. We could get a, we could get a New York State bun made. We could have a New York State burger with a side salad from vegetables grown near a local farm. So those are some of the ways that we can actually introduce some more New York products easily as a feature into the school meals. And we will work with growers to make sure that they can actually get the food to the schools. So working with supply chain partners, encouraging distributors to carry certain products that we know the schools are interested in buying. And to that end, with a infusion of money that came from the federal government, there are some more money circulating that's focused on very local products. And so we're hoping to put together, or we are going to put together a producer meet and greet in the area sometime in late February or early March. And that's it. That's our contact information. Let's get in touch if you're interested in talking to any bakers about local products. That's certainly something we can help you with. Thanks. Jim, yeah, go ahead.
Do you have any idea how students will be responsive to this? I mean, you see your slides and the slide with the food and the bread to the, you have white bread, but how would you respond to something like the rye bread that we hear? Do the students really respond to that, or do you have any idea about how receptive they are to healthier foods?
Yeah, I think it depends on the school district, and it also depends on the menu they have. So if you have chicken nuggets every day and all of a sudden you're like, oh, here's some whole grain wheat berry salad, no, they're gonna reject it. So you have to do small steps, and there is some educational work that can go along with that and promotion to parents and caregivers. So yeah, it totally depends. And also how good of a cook the staff is and the food service director. So we wouldn't want to say no, they're never gonna try that.
I do have to say, though, I've heard from some school food directors that they feel like the kids, especially at the high school level, are a little more sophisticated than they used to be in their tastes. And depending on the district, I guess, yeah, we're really having. Go ahead.
The kind of regulations, the procurement processes that you described, are those the same in all states or other states, or are some of these things pretty rare?
So all the schools have to follow, if they participate in the National School Lunch Program, have to follow federally mandated procurement rules. So to a certain extent, they're all the same. I think the state can put whatever additional restrictions on it that they want, so. Depends, but more or less, yes. And you're.
I was just gonna say what we did at the Rondout Valley Central School District is offer samples. And see what the kids chose and didn't choose.
Yeah, samples are a great way to low commitment. And was there a question?
Which is a great clarifying question. What sort of qualifications are required of value-added products like the pasta and pita chips in order for them to be eligible for procurement?
So it's not exactly an eligibility thing. It's that the schools are legally bound to take the lowest cost. But there are other elements you can build into your procurement specifications. And some of the things that have been suggested, if it's to avoid that, there's two tools we can use. One is the geographic preference, where you can actually draw a line and say, I want products only from New York State, and that will essentially take off, for the purposes of the bid award, a certain, 10 cents, let's say, per item, in the cost of the bid. The vendor still gets that same amount of money, but when you're looking at when you're looking at the bid, they can see, because it's within New York State, you can knock 10% off the total price. And so that can be awarded to actually higher price per item. And then the other way is that you can actually put different specifications in, such as, the amount of time that something gets from the field to the actual school, which, a product coming from another part of the country, that would be too long. And things like if a really small grower and they, vegetables, for example, a grower makes apples, wants to sell apples to his neighborhood school, he agrees to come in and tell about his farm. Like, that's another specification. And we work with all the schools on all these details to make it more accessible to growers. So. Sure.
I noticed on the sheet that there's a photo of the house. So is there a way that growers can cater to that? Like, how much regulation?
So there's two thresholds that exist. There's a small purchase and a micro purchase thresholds. And the New York State regulations right now are $20,000 per year for the small purchase, and I don't even know what the micro purchase threshold is actually.
Anything under $10,000, district can just buy it. They don't need to bid or jump through hoops.
So, yes, it's possible if the district wants to buy an item that isn't going to amount to over $10,000 or $20,000 in purchases to fall into those thresholds for the entire year. And small districts, that's usually not a problem. I think a lot of the districts, in the upper Hudson Valley region do actually use small purchases to buy a lot of things, local or not, just because it's not, they never reach that $20,000 threshold. I'm in the lower Hudson Valley, the schools are larger, it's a little bit more difficult to do that, because if it's the same product, it has to be.
Is that 10,000 per small district or per producer?
Per
Per
vendor, yeah.
Yeah, and so it gets really complicated really fast. But if you have specific questions or you have a district you want to work with because you're really local, then reach out to us. All our emails are on the handout, including, and if you reach out to any one of us, but you're in another part of the state, we'll just put you in touch with the right person. So don't even worry about finding the right county. Just email us and we will help with that process. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie and Christy. So moving along, our next presentation is going to talk about some of the things you need to think about once you have that product. So from Cornell Cooperative Extension in Ulster County, please welcome Oyana Ahashkova.
Hi everyone, my name is Juliana, and when I was offered to present to you, I was very happy because the topic of the presentation actually reminded me of my childhood. Originally, I came from Ukraine like 6 months ago, and I remember my childhood when I was spending my time with my grandmother, who was an agriculture specialist in Ukraine. And I was involved into the grain process, so I will spend some time with her in the field, then I will come to the grain storage, then we'll go even to the mill, bring the flour and bake some home-baked baked food and like bread. So I was very happy to know that actually the local market in New York is also developing, and that can be like an opportunity for like local growers to develop local market and to be successful here. So today I want to just cover a few basic topics that are like any business is starting with market research. That will be like #1 issue. Then we'll talk about your potential customers, then about your product description, market selection and market channels, brand development and your online presence, and there will be a Q&A section. So, just to remind me, what is marketing? So marketing starts when you are harvesting your product, and marketing is identifying the needs of your customer, creating this product that will satisfy those needs, and then delivering that product to your customer and gaining some profit. And marketing is not about like misleading people, some trickery operations, scamming, other things like that. So, okay, I think that I try to, okay, sorry. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I will continue, and we are starting all the time with the market research, and you need the market research just to know that actually the market exists, and you need to identify what your customers need and who are your customers. And you need to analyze some data and to find out what's going on the market. And, I was doing that by myself, and I would say that it's a kind of complicated process, because the good news is that local New York grain market exists, but it's hard to find the information specifically about New York market, because this is something that is still a kind of niche market. So I would just recommend starting with the national outlook and searching some resources as United States Department of Agriculture, National Agriculture Statistics Service, National Grain Reports, and the last like agriculture marketing resource center actually is a good source of information that gives you the profiles of all the like products like rye, wheat, barley, and they have links to all the like national statistics, so you can just save your time and find this information easily. And I would say that you are already lucky because development of the local market started a few years ago, and there were people who were involved into this job, like Cornell Cooperative Extension, Hudson Valley Farm Hub, Grow, New York City Grain Project, and actually searching in these resources will help you to find a lot of publications, find a lot of videos, tutorials, and you know, just to keep yourself on track and to search a lot of things. And of course, check your competitors, because you can find out what are they doing, what how are they going, and sometimes you can just talk with them, and it's not about like, you know, this like fearful competition. It's more about just talking and finding out what's going on in the market, and try to talk with your potential customers. That's the most important. It's either wholesale or direct to consumer. You need to know what actually customer needs, and then you will be able to provide it and to show it in your product. And don't forget about global trends. For example, farming the future is considered as one of the top 10 global trends for the 2022-23, according to Innova Marketing Insights. And we see that people globally are ready to buy fresh fruit and fresh products comparing to like big stores and supermarkets, and they want to know that this food was sourced from some farm, and this is like global trend, and of course US market will be also impacted, is already impacted by that trend. So what about like local market? I talked with some people who are involved in the market development. June Russell, really grateful for her insights, because she was at the forefront of development the market, and according to her insight, the market increasing. It's still a niche market, but there is still like a demand, and the market in New York state is developing. Also, I talked with Andrea Stanley from Walling Malt, so it's like one of the potential buyers, and they see also that local market continue to grow. It's grows steadily, but this is something like very thorough process. And organic is also a thing to consider, because it still is considered to be like more profitable market, because consumers are willing to pay more money knowing and seeing the label organic. And Grow New York made like a short report that have a lot of insights. It's actually from the local visitors, and they asked why they were actually buying like locally grown grains, and those are results. So 94 of respondents stated that they are supporting local agriculture. 79 said that it was important for them to know where it comes from, so where it was grown, and it's a kind of a traceability process. And finally, 81% they were choosing the quality, and they wanted to have high quality products. So especially if you're working with a direct to consumer market and you're selling to your end customers, always consider what you're putting on your label, because this is something that they just Google about kidney beans, and all these values like organic, vegetarian, vegan, plant-based, made in USA. This is something that actually your end customer want to see, and they will be willing to buy it. But you need to source this message, and it should be easy to read, because especially if we are talking about younger generation like millennials and Gen Z, they are influenced by a lot of this trend. They are thinking about ecology and environment. They will be willing to support, for example, local agriculture. But they also want to know this, like even this product is thought about packaging, because packaging is also important, because it's also the part of environment. What will be how the leftovers will be worked out. So basically, there are some attributes that can be identified, like local origin, high quality. Your background history would be really interesting to show, to know, and to share. And that will be your additional point and sales point. And of course, taste, flavor, nutritional value, and some free forms and like healthy benefits, because like vegan, vegetarians, and plant-based diets nowadays are like very trendy, and like consumers are trying to find recipes, and actually whole grains and beans can be the part of those recipes, and like you can cook a lot of stuff with that. And also don't forget about some certificates, because certificates can show you your potential buyers that your products are high quality, and the third party actually qualified you, and this is something like New York grown and certified, organic, good agriculture practices, free range, for example, no GMO, certified naturally grown, plant-based, vegan, and many more. But this is something that would be that you can consider. And now we're going to talk about your target market. So here you can see the consumer buying decision process, and basically everything all the time starts with the identifying the need. I want to buy something, then I will start searching, then I will evaluate all the proposition that is on the market. I will make my purchase decision, and then there will be post-purchase behavior that is also very important, because you want to have long-term clients, because long-term clients are the basis of your profit and of your relationship with them. And it's better to have long-term clients, like even less than like have more but short-term, because they can easily disappear, and that will be a problem for you to attract more clients. So basically you need to find some consumers who have interest, access, and the ability to buy your products. And for the locally grown grain, there are basically 3 market segments. Some of the segments were today already discussed. So this is food, beverage, and feed. Talking about food is something like meals and like flour, because nowadays local consumers are still interested in buying like artisan bread and homemade bread, and they will be ready to pay more, and like research already, like Deloitte research made in 2020 show that. And if you're talking about beverages, there are 2 like laws, like New York Farm Brewery Law, that actually requires brewers to use locally grown ingredients, and the same is with the farm distillery law that requires to use like almost 79% of locally grown ingredients. So it means that they will be interested in your products, because this is something about regulations, and they want to follow them because they are gaining a lot of benefits. And feed, as I was talking with Sam Miller, he said that this is the stage where you can start with. So if you only at the beginning grower, start with feed, because it's easier, it's like has less requirements, regulations, and you can just start with feed and like parallelly develop your food market. So as I already said, you are always making decision about wholesale or direct to consumer, and in terms of wholesale, there will be different options, and it will be more about selling to some other companies. And direct to consumer, it will take more time probably, but you can have more profit and you will have better brand awareness. So this is about wholesale. Those are all possible options for you, starting with mills, malting facilities, distilleries, breweries, contract growing. In all of this for above mentioned options should lead actually to contract growing. And another stage, it could be bakeries, restaurants, grocery stores, institutions like farm to school program that was presented, and livestock feed is like another option for your channel. So if you're talking about direct to consumer, there is basically some like farms market that you can be presented on, CSAs and e-commerce. You can start just with your website sales and just involve your social media presence, and it can help you to reach a lot of customers. So when you're selecting the market, basically there are some few steps that you need to follow. First of all, it's research, as I mentioned. Then you want to identify, for example, local distilleries or local mills. You want to reach out to them to talk to them. Also, a good idea, as you're all doing today, is to attend such events as today's event, because networking is the key. And if you are meeting a lot of people here, you are able to find more like clients, potential partners here, because you have a lot of people that are like in the same, in the same boat with you and working in the same business. Try to discuss, of course, quality requirements and also crop varieties and other like terms, some like processing, packaging, delivering, like some basic but very important things that are involved into the selling process. And the best option for you is when you will offer contract growing. In this case, your potential buyer will have a reliable partner and a reliable supply chain, and you will have also like confidence that you will be able to sell your product. And just remember to make your relationship special and try to be involved into the process, not just sell your grain and just be happy about that, but trying to share market insights that you gather, try to ask your partner about the marketing insights from the end consumers, try to collaborate on research and development, for example, having sensory evaluation test of like bread, and then finding out how it works, like how the flour works, like testing results. Try to provide ongoing support just to show that you are actually interested in those relationships and you want to keep them and grow them. And if there is anything needed, just try to adapt to the needs of your buyer, because it's also important, and try to negotiate and just be in touch with each other and build a relationship. I tried to just make a checkup about how the local prices are set up, and it was another complicated question. And basically what I got is that, well, it's the process of negotiation. Yes, I know that farmers is the most important and the first stage in the supply chain. So usually we are trying to support them and respect them, but there are different factors of impact, like type of operation, scale, handling capacity. So there will be always something, but you need to negotiate. And yeah, this is the basic rule that I got about local market after like having a few interviews with the local buyers actually. With animal feed, it's easier to sell because the FDA advisory levels, especially for DON levels, are lower compared to food. So it can be something like your plan B. If you understand that your DON level is higher, then you can always try to sell to the feed market. And my colleagues today already presented this information. So just for your, just to keep in mind that different market channels will have different market requirements. So for millers, it will be like polling number, protein content, or like DON level and test weight. And for millers, one of the most important issues will be germination rate. And you need to discuss that in advance, so you will know what you want to actually follow and what you want to track. If we're talking about restaurants and bakeries, this is a very good source for you to raise the awareness about your farm, because there you can even build like a sort of integrational system where there is a farmer, miller, then a bakery, and all of you together having like a big supply chain that is selling like locally grown grain and already like baked, and this is the end product. They can be in, especially like in Hudson Valley region, we are like a sort of agritourism region, so people are coming to us to visit to see like local like nice picturesque nature, and also try local food, local brewery, local distilleries. So this is something that you can be involved, and you can also work on the part that you want to be mentioned, for example, on the bottle of the beer, that it was created from the grains from your farm, so people will know more about you and about your story, just to raise also your brand awareness, and not only just be the supplier for some for example, bakery or distillery. Also, there are a lot of grocery and retail stores, especially in New York City. There are small food distributors that are interested in selling locally grown food. And this is a market that is nowadays is like just evolving and started to be to increase, and they are specified actually in some like locally grown food. So yeah, you need to process the food, your grains. You cannot sell them directly, but if you want to, you know, to be presented in some stores and to sell it in the like big volume size, this is the option. And about the farm to school program, my colleagues already like told all the information. So when you like select the market, you need always to consider that there will be different requirements for different types of market channels. If you want to sell more to direct to consumer, you need to have then like more attractive packaging. You need to think more about logistics, about pricing, about promoting your brand. And just this is the things that you should always keep in mind when you're starting like another business or you're just developing your business. And if you're talking about direct to consumer, I would say that this is my more favorite part, because I was involved into selling other food products that are like healthy stuff. So I do understand consumers, and I could understand what they need actually, like end consumers. So for sure, you can always start with the farmers market and just to be present there. And I heard a very nice story from one farmer from Illinois, where they were just selling on the farmers market, and there were a lot of consumers who were buying their flour. So finally, they have become so popular that some local bakeries started like started working with them and collaborating with them, because like consumers, by buying that flour, created this market demand, and they wanted to find more bread, not only homemade bread by themselves, but they wanted to buy it somewhere like in the bakery, and it helped them to, you know, to build this chain from the other parts. So yeah, you need always to remember about different regulations and about different requirements to sell on the farmers market. You need to think about your packaging, you need to think about display, how you will be promoting your products. For example, you need to have like recipe book or creating some video tutorials where you will just have a QR code and send them to your YouTube channel with all the background information and all the possibilities, how they actually cook this stuff you're selling. And you need to be ready to sell and to communicate with consumers. And so just think about if you're ready to, you know, to be friendly, easygoing, and all the time be in touch with someone who will be asking you a lot of questions, and you actually need to educate them, because one of the barriers about locally grown grain that people do not know exactly how they can use them, what they should do with them. So yeah, there will be a lot of job. Also there can be like community supported agriculture, and actually this is a very nice example of winter bean club in New York State. So a few farmers collaborated together, and they were selling shares for their beans, and people were able to buy those shares, and then they have like a winter bean supply. And in this case, both parts were in profit, because like it was beneficial for them. They have locally grown, natural, like organic beans, and farmers get some additional income, and they were just receiving the support. And this is something that you can also collaborate on together, being here today. And now it's like about online sales, and I personally believe that your website is one of the most important things you need to have in terms of online presence, because this is a sort of your online business card. And you know, you need to be Googled, and you need to be searched and find out that you actually exist, because For me personally, this is something, you know, like strange. If you are Googling the company, you cannot find any information. I would be suspicious if this company actually exists and if it's like reliable company. So your website can play important role in terms of just being your presentation, telling your background story, having your contact information, and also it can be your sales channel if you will just develop a very basic online shop. So when you develop your website, just try to remember that who is your target audience, if it's more like wholesale buyers, direct to consumer, or both, and what they will be interested to find out on your website. You need to have a strong brand, and you need to have something that will actually create a sort of connection with your consumers, something that they can remember. And the more they will see your website, your promotional material, business card, they will be just having something that will be, you know, identifying you, and it will speak just for one like thing or just one logotype. You need to have quality content because nowadays, you know, even AI technologies can help you to create the content. Now, there are some sources where you can describe the image you want to have, and this artificial intelligence will create it for you. So nowadays, I think artificial intelligence actually and some very basic website creators can help you to develop something very simple, easy in design, but still you will not spend that much time. And in terms of content, it's the same. Remember about optimization for search engines because you want to be found out in Google. Of course, involve your social medias, and you need to have them on your website. Try to also integrate online payment for your shop. Utilize analytics because you want to know who is visiting your site, how much time they spend, and what are they searching on, and regularly update, because without that, Google will not be showing you upside in first pages. So this is like a basic example of Bluebird Farm, and I really like the website because it's very simple, but it has all the information that you need. It's an easy navigation. They have the background story, they have the shop, they have wholesale. So just depending on what type of customer you are, they have all the information and call to action about shopping and visit us. They have their social media, and they want to stay in touch, of course. So this is how they're creating the potential customers by asking you to sign up, and then you can send some promotional materials, discounts, whatever. And of course, shop that just shows all their products and what you can find. Talking about brand creation, that is really important, that you have something consistent, that something well designed, maybe simple, but still something that will be very about you and your business and your farm. So you need to know your value proposition, what is making you specific and compared to other businesses. You need to have your brand identity, and it should be consistent and it should be the same everywhere. So this, like your color scheme, your tagline, your logo, everything, you need to have a brand story, because brand story helps to sell, actually, especially for direct consumers. And you need to have a strong online presence, because I truly believe that online presence is something that is really important nowadays if you want to be presented and shown more. So this is something that the same farm, they have very easy logo, Bluebird Grain Farms with a bird. They have blue name and blue colors. They have their value proposition, about 100 certified organic ancient grains, their social media, background story. So basically, yes, it takes some time to create it, but then you will be receiving better clients and better sales. So this is something, if you want to practice, you can just try to work out on your value proposition, just saying what are your products, for whom you are selling them, and what are their requirements and what are they doing in their life. So this is something basic, but yeah, it will still need a few iterations to try and to create something special. And finally, social media. Yes, I encourage you to stay, to be involved into social media, because younger generation, millennials and Generation Z, they want to see you there. And if you will be making some TikTok videos and you will have like a nice, you will just use a good target, you still can reach out to those people. And, you know, probably they don't know how the grains are seeded, but this is something that, you know, they are video consumers. Like telling stories, it's nice, but if you have a like 1 minute video, it will help them. And there are a lot of tools that actually help you to create those like videos, photos much quicker, plan your content, post it like in Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. So, you know, yes, it takes some time to figure out how it works, but still then you can gain better results. So you need to have the right platform, you need to have a content strategy, you want to share some benefits about your products, engage with your followers, you need to reply to their answers and to their likes, and just, you know, posting from time to time, collaborate with others. And this is a very cool thing, because then you'll have followers from another account that they can come to you and they will be still interested in something similar. You want to measure and evaluate if you're doing that properly and great, and yeah, you need to be consistent and post all the time. So this is the example of farmer grown farm, and I was impressed that for the farm they reach out to so many followers, and like their content is more about, yeah, just about something that they're doing on the regular basis, but still you can find them online. They are sharing also some projects and some other companies they are working with. So this is a nice inspirational reference for you. And that's all from me. And I just want to say that plant your dreams, cultivate your future, because we do understand that you are creating the future and the future of the local agriculture. So I thank you for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Production costs, we had season listed as a production cost.
Yeah, this should be in the practice for paper or yes.
Thank you, Oliana, and she will be here for the rest of the day also. I know that's a lot of information, especially for me with people that don't know anything about marketing. So next up, our speaker, Kristen Loria, is from Cornell University, and she's going to talk about something that we've seen picking up interest here in the Hudson Valley region. So we brought an expert in. Kristen, if you would like to come up and talk to us about dried beans. Also, I've worked with Kristen for 2 years, and this is the first time I've met her.
Beautiful day for many reasons. So yeah, my name is Kristen Loria. So I am an extension support specialist in I just pressed the wrong button. Sneak peek. I'm an extension support specialist in soil and crop sciences at Cornell. And so I work in the Sustainable Cropping Systems Lab. And we are actually, dry beans are sort of new to our lab formally. We do a lot of work in organic field crop systems, especially organic no-till production, and working with cover cropping, ecological weed management. And I brought some of our organic no-till guides. They're in the back, as well as some other research highlights. But we are now working on a couple of dry bean projects focused on Northeast production, working with UVM, the Farm Hub team actually as well, and some other university partners. And I should say, so mostly speaking here as my research and extension role, but I also grow dry beans. I have a farm business called Buttermilk Bean. I did a master's in plant breeding focused on dry beans. So I think a lot about dry beans, more than the average person probably. And I'm really excited to be at this meeting, because I think So often, these regional grain conversations, beans are not talked about, but it's a really beautiful, I think, partnership. I think food grade grain producers are really well suited to sort of an edible bean production and marketing, sort of the realities of growing this crop. And so I guess to zoom out a little bit, this is sort of like the bean nerd in me, but I like to think about how many beans we used to grow here in New York State. It's kind of amazing. So back in 1909, there were 115,000 acres. I think by the 1950s, it went up even further than that, but there were 21,000 farms growing dry beans here in New York State, which is kind of an amazing figure to me. And you know, it was different types of beans too. So navy beans, they call them navy pea here, or pea bean, as well as black turtle soup, some kidneys, white kidneys, yellow eye beans, and different regions were growing different strains of these types for different markets, different cultural groups. So I think it's really inspiring to me to think about what once was here, and there's a lot of knowledge, a lot of infrastructure, because it's not just the farmers, it's the cleaning facilities, it's the packagers, distributors. So there's a lot of steps along the supply chain that we're moving around all those beans from all those farms. And so this is where we are today. So now we're, you know, technically, according to Ag Census anyway, we only have 91 farms here in New York State growing dry beans. So that's a big drop, and production has mostly moved out west. And I think a lot about why that's happened, and I think it's similar story with small grains maybe, but you know, complicated socioeconomic factors for sure, but you know, larger fields, bigger equipment, you know, that economy of scale is a really big deal in places like North Dakota, Michigan, Nebraska, especially. So now in New York State, really production is concentrated in Western New York, and really kidney beans, red kidney, light red kidney, and black turtle beans are the predominant sort of commodity market classes that we're growing here. And so thinking about these modern market classes, I also like to think about where common bean, so that's Phaseolus vulgaris, that's a species, you know, of edible bean, where it came from, because where it came from can kind of tell us about where it's adapted to grow, and what types of production practices we might need to employ for different bean types. So there were actually two different domestication events for common bean. So one happened in this Middle American region, modern day Mexico, basically. And then there was a second domestication in South America in the Andes. And so within that, there's also some subgroups, and it you know, created this really beautiful diversity that I think is something that draws people to beans often, is that you see the diversity so tangibly in the seed coat, the seed shape. It's a very visual crop in terms of thinking about genetic diversity. And I think that's an important story. And so thinking about our modern market classes, we really have sort of 3 of those 6 groups represented. And so you remember on the map that Durango group, so that was in Mexico, modern day Mexico, arid climate, and that's where the pinto bean, Great Northern bean, originated. So that's why those plants are vinier, they're more adapted to dry environments, they're more tolerant of drought. And that contrasts with the black turtle bean and navy bean. You can picture that. It's a more upright plant, and that was because it was a more humid climate, higher precipitation, needed to be off the ground. And then finally, this last group includes our kidney beans, much larger seed size, and those are short season, they're determinate, whereas these are indeterminate classes. And so that's a true bush bean, and it's going to be shorter maturity, low growing to the ground, very compact plant shape. And so that might seem a little bit in the weeds, and maybe that's just my like genetics bean nerd hat here, but I think it actually does have a lot to do with how we grow these beans. And so this growth habit here is a kidney plant. So that's a determinate bush. This 2B is what originated in that black turtle, that Mesoamerican kind of domestication event. And so this is basically the direct harvest like ecotype, if we want to think about it. So it's indeterminate, so it's a taller plant, but it's all upright. Those pods are high off the ground. And then finally, that's sort of the traditional pinto growth habit. And this habit here is kind of most interest to modern bean breeding because you can direct harvest it. So you'll see it's most like a soybean plant, basically. And so now what we once had just pinto beans, Great Northern beans that had this vining kind of prostrate growth habit. Modern plant breeders have actually been able to achieve more of this growth habit in more of those market classes. So now you can basically grow pintos, black beans, with that upright habit that allows for easier harvest. And so thinking about dry beans in a crop rotation, I would say, so I guess to start off with, and I meant to ask this earlier, who here is growing dry beans commercially? Farm Hub for sure, yeah. You guys, a couple of you. And how about soybeans? Yeah, as well. So I think oftentimes farmers are making the decision maybe between a soybean and a dry bean in their crop rotation. You know, they serve a lot of the same purposes. And I would say, you know, dry beans work really well in a diversified crop rotation because they're a shorter season compared to a soybean. So you can grow them further north, but they also allow you more flexibility with planting time. And so that means you can fit them earlier into your you know, growing season and plant something after it, or vice versa. So there's some interesting kind of experimentation being done with taking off an early small grain like barley. And this is something that, you know, in the Finger Lakes growers are experimenting with. So definitely, I think in the Hudson Valley, it holds promise. So taking off an early grain like barley and planting a shorter season dry bean like a black bean or a pinto bean into that stubble. And so that's essentially allowing you to double crop in your kind of main growing season. And alternatively, you know, if you plant your dry bean in early June, mid-June, you know, you can be taking that crop off by mid-September, and that means you have a really good window for getting in your winter grain at an optimal planting time. And I've heard dry beans described by a farmer in Western New York as soybeans with more scouting. And I think that's very apt because it's, you know, a lot of the systems are the same, but they're just a little finickier, basically. And you have to keep a lookout, especially when it's getting to harvest time. You know, you really have to be kind of harvesting it at the optimal moment, especially when we're having wetter fall weather. And also, dry beans can be sensitive to cold and wet soil, so you really want to wait for that later, you know, warming you can. And so, so yeah, typically, like I said, mid-June, early June is about the earliest you want to get beans in the ground. But you can really go, at least in our region, as late as early July. So again, you have a little bit more flexibility there compared to a soybean or certainly a grain corn. And so I would highly recommend growing certified seed. So getting your seed from a Western source. There's a lot of seed-borne disease in dry bean. And so, you know, I personally, you know, am excited about saving seed and finding cool regional varieties. And that's, I think there's ways to make that work for sure. But if you're starting out, Making sure you have quality seed that won't have a bacterial or fungal infection is a good recommendation. So there's companies like Central Bean, Treasure Valley, and those are some of the big Western seed growers or contractors that you can purchase seed of many different market classes from. So yeah, weed management is a huge challenge in dry beans, especially if you're organic. And something to think about, especially if you're direct harvesting, is kind of minimizing hilling. So because dry beans can be closer to the ground, you know, if you're throwing a lot of dirt up on that stem, you're going to be losing some of your pods that are lower to the ground. So cultivating sort of in a lower profile manner is important. And for conventional farmers, often they're rolling their fields before planting, and you know, because they're managing weeds with herbicides, they end up with a really nice flat field to combine later in the season. So it's something to think about, thinking about how you're going to harvest and how that might influence how you manage weeds and prepare the field. And so the first production system, harvest system for dry beans is an indirect system. And so again, when we were talking about growth habit, this is the system that's typically used for that type 1. So that's your kidney bean, cranberry bean, as well as the vining plants that you know, may or may not be laying on the ground to some extent. And so these plants, because those pods are lower to the soil surface, you lose a lot of beans unless you're actually pulling the whole plant. And then there's, you know, a second step of combining afterwards. And so these are some photos from the Martin's farm up in Penn Yan. So they're harvesting both ways for different market classes, but this is, you know, a kidney harvest here, a kidney bean. And so kind of the old school tool for doing this, and especially if you're in Maine or Western New York, you can still find some of these, you know, we'll save them from the scrap yard. A lot of these are getting scrapped, unfortunately, but they're around. You know, there's some smaller units, and now of course there's much bigger units available. So these are knife pullers, and so these kind of blades here are running right under the soil surface, slicing or often more just uprooting the plant. And these rods are kind of throwing those plants into the middle. So it's kind of combining 2 rows into one and pulling up the whole plant, weeds too, if you got weeds, some dirt, some stones, and making like a nice little mini windrow. And then you're usually following that knife puller. So those pullers are on the front of the tractor, or they're kind of mid-mount. And then you're following that with a windrower. And so it's a 2-step process basically to get a nice kind of combining maybe 4 rows into one to get a nice windrow to be combined. And then a more modern version of a puller would be a rod cutter, is what they're called. So Picket One Step is kind of the predominant brand, and so that just has basically doing the same thing but with a different mechanism. So it has these spinning horizontal rods running underneath your rows of beans and uprooting the plant, and then this is a pickup head that's throwing it on a conveyor very similar to that conveyor. And so these require less adjustment. So they're, you know, definitely favored, I would say. They can be a little bit susceptible to weedy fields or really rocky fields. The Martins, for example, have started running actually a knife puller ahead on the front of the tractor, and then a rod cutter in the back, just to be able to deal with weedier situations, grasses especially. So that's kind of an interesting approach. And then finally, you're going to be combining that windrow once it dries out more. And so there are special edible bean combines, again, sort of in Western New York. This is a Bob. So those used to be made in Western New York, actually. They're no longer made, but you can still find them. But Lillison, Bidwell, Pickett are other manufacturers of edible bean combines. But you can also use, you know, your regular combine with a pickup head on it is another option. These edible bean combines are sort of optimized for threshing larger seeded beans without damaging them, and kind of dealing with the vinier plants. But you, especially with smaller seeded beans, you can get away with more of a rasp bar cylinder, whereas these have spike tooth cylinders inside that kind of just do a better job with the edible beans. And so direct harvest, so this is really when you have this nice type 2 upright indeterminate plant. So much like a soybean, those pods are going to be further off the ground, and so you can get away with direct cutting. And so that would be with a bean head, you know, so no special equipment, same equipment you would use to harvest a soybean. It can be a flex head or not, actually. And certainly weedy fields can be a challenge, you know, as with any crop. With lighter seeded beans, like a navy bean, you have to be a lot more careful about that. So especially green weeds can cause staining on light colored beans. So that's why black beans are a good starter type, I would say. They're the most straightforward, most like soybean. So give you less trouble and be a little bit more flexible with harvest timing. And so, you know, of course, there are always farmers that go against the grain, so to speak. And so, you know, one of the farmers that we are working with these days, you know, they're direct cutting all of their beans, kidney beans, cranberry beans. And, you know, for them, they're big enough that labor savings is really important. And so they have, you know, the latest, greatest Draper flex head, they have an air kit. And so all of these sorts of add-ons, which depending on your scale may not be super accessible, but those can sort of facilitate direct harvesting more types of beans, I would say. So yeah, none of the sort of categories of this type of bean has to be harvested this way. You know, there's flexibility, of course, depending on your system and what you find works for you. So like I said, we're kind of just getting started in the research. And so one thing we're especially looking at is variety trialing for direct harvest. So thinking about new market classes that can work well in the Northeast. So moving beyond kidneys and black turtles, basically. So these pinto varieties that are more upright, trialing some of those, navy beans, small red beans. So we're getting started on those trials with UVM. Also optimizing seeding rates. So like I said, we do a lot of organic no-till work. So we're looking at black beans in the rolled rye system. And also looking at optimizing seeding rates in tilled systems as well. And, you know, like with grain systems, a lot of what we're doing also is just trying to connect farmers with each other and with markets, and thinking about building the whole ecosystem, I guess, of production and cleaning, processing. And so this is kind of interesting resource, thinking about driving kind of production systems and regional food production. They did a case so this was done by CADE in partnership with Cornell, and they looked at dry beans as a case study for this sort of Vision 2050 project. And so they did this sort of talking to lots of farmers, producers, consumers, and trying to figure out sort of what's the barriers to dry beans in the Northeast? Why don't we have more producers? What could we do? And these were some of the things they highlighted. So loss of cleaning facilities. You know, when we lost all those farms, we also lost the cleaning facilities. So now farmers, you know, you have to drive further if you want to get your crop cleaned by somebody, or you have to clean your own beans. And similarly with marketing, you know, not all farmers are ready to market their own crops. So there are now fewer people who you can just bring a truckload of beans to and be done with it. Mostly, you know, pretty much in Western New York and milestone mill, I guess, here in the Hudson Valley as well, which is exciting. So, and so this is an interesting quote. I thought that current commodity markets won't take New York beans for more. They expect the same price as other beans. And so I think that's a huge problem because it's hard for our farmers to compete with the scale of Western grown beans. And so I think, you know, as extension specialists, as researchers, as producers, we have to think about, you know, what will it take to get that regional premium for dry beans? And I think a lot of that is telling our story and kind of building up more of a producer ecosystem around beans. And so, yeah, similarly, we don't have many value-added processors and there are currently no canneries that are only canning Northeastern or New York beans. So a lot of our canneries that are here are buying beans from elsewhere if they're cheaper. And so, you know, those are the challenges. Opportunities, proximity to market. So like hauling beans is expensive, you know, so we have an edge as Northeastern producers for selling to Northeastern markets. And so for larger producers, you know, we really need to think about a supply chain for kind of marketing and creating processed food products like canned beans or frozen cooked beans or whatever else. And then on the kind of smaller side, there's definitely a lot of demand for kind of specialty, heirloom, high value, and that's, you know, mostly being sort of pursued by smaller farms that are more geared towards farmers markets and CSA. And so I won't get too much into this. Nigel did a very thorough job of talking about cleaning earlier, but you know, you do need a couple other steps to get a food grade dry bean in terms of cleaning out splits, bad beans, dirt, stones. And so this is a pretty typical lineup, I would say, in terms of running it through a grain cleaner, a gravity table, destoner that usually will get you most of the way. Optical sorters are, if you're selling to a cannery, you have to use an optical sorter now, which are obviously quite expensive. So beyond the means of most farmers or even processors, but you know, it is a step that some people are using, especially for light colored beans where staining is a problem. And so these are just some examples of farms kind of adding value through marketing. So, you know, how do we capture that regional premium? How do we tell that story? And this is Purple Mountain Grown Nazaric Amen in Maryland. Just kind of met him recently. This is not him, but he has this combine, so he's kind of importing equipment that, you know, fits the scale of his farm. He's kind of selling rice. He's selling rice, grains, beans at farmers markets in the DC area. And so, you know, he's really telling that story, and he's finding equipment that fits his scale, which is a big challenge when you're doing things a little smaller and a little differently, because that either you're finding very old equipment and making it work for you, or you're often importing equipment from elsewhere. So this is Seth and Jeanette Johnson in Vermont, and they're, you know, kind of going the approach of using older bean equipment. This is, you know, they have that proximity to sort of the main bean production regions, and, you know, this is the sort of thing that farmers of that scale, you know, maybe you don't have a bin, but you're just drying your beans on a pallet with a fan on top of it. So, you know, there's a lot of sort of farm hacking that happens at this scale. So it's creative production and creative marketing too. So making a lot of relationships, building connections. And Vermont Bean Crafters, I think is a great example. Joe's been doing this for a long time, and we need a lot. We need more people like Joe, you know, making products that can go into schools, for example, that are prioritizing regionally grown beans. So, and of course, Rancho Gordo, can't get through a bean conversation without them. And everyone I'm sure who grows beans here, you know, their customers want to talk to them about Rancho Gordo. And I think it's a good, they're doing their thing in California, but I think it's a good lesson because, their brand is very effective and they're telling a story really effectively. And honestly, I think in some ways they've sort of paved the way. If I can convert a Rancho Gordo customer to buy, my dry beans, I'm happy. So yeah, and there's a lot of companies like that coming up, and I think it's a sign of the times that plant-based food is really, on the forefront of people's minds, and I think there's a lot of potential to kind of tell these stories and capture the value that Rancho Gordo, for example, is getting. And so, yeah, I've been sort of saying some of this stuff already, but yeah, how do we capture those premiums? Shorter supply chains, hopefully, and really, I'm excited about the conversations happening at meetings like this, because I think a lot of the same concepts and skills apply to the regional grains movement. And my hope is that dry beans can kind of wiggle in with all of you guys, and we can all ride that train together, I guess. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot to be done with kind of rebuilding a lot of these supply chains that we have lost here in the Northeast, but there's a lot of exciting things happening, I would say, in that space, including from many of you. And yeah, I'm just excited for that. So one plug, this is a webinar, 2 webinars coming up with UVM. And so this is really going to be, the first one is going to be like all about the farmers. We're not going to say anything. It's just going to be the farmers talking about their operations. And so these are some folks that we're working with in New York and Vermont. And we hope you join us. It's free. It's online, and you can register by going to the UVM Northwest Crops and Soils website. And then there'll be another one in early March with Scott Bales from Michigan State. So lots of good driving knowledge out there for sure. I think that's it. Yeah, I have no idea how much time that was. So hopefully we have time for questions.
I think we're going to keep moving. We're going to wind up with talking about rye. And we have Tom Hardy from Thornhill Farm, Northwest Vermont, or Northeast Vermont?
Northeast Kingdom.
Northeast Kingdom. And so he's come all the way down to be with us today. He has great experience with rye and a real passion for rye and for craft beverages, as well as good bread.
Thank you. Where's the best place to put all of this? Right there? Yeah. You can turn the screen off. I don't have any slides today, but it's going to be short and sweet. I've been cleaning a lot of grain, and I've been reflecting on how exciting things are in the Hudson Valley. I farm in a territory east of Lake Champlain, Vermont. And when I graduated from Cornell in 1976, we lamented that there really wasn't much going on in the Hudson Valley or with organic agronomy, and how you've changed, and it's really exciting, and I'm honored to be a part of this today. My agricultural life has been to give value to commodities. After Cornell, I worked in the Finger Lakes for 2 years with the elders of beekeeping, and then ran up to 1,900 hives of bees in St. Lawrence River Valley and Champlain Valley, Vermont. And we kept the honey raw, which is kind of radical in those days. And We morphed that business into making honey-based traditional plant medicine with raw honey, cough syrup. Elderberry was our big product the year of the swine flu. And then we started making honey wine and then incorporated honey into making gin and vodka. I founded Caledonia Spirits, now in Montpelier, and turned that over to the team 7 years ago to farm for them. Here's some of the whiskey that they have in barrels now, which is 84% rye and 16% malted barley. Also have some Sprouternickel rye bread from Red Hen Baking in Middlesex, Vermont. Some of their Kingdom rye, both 100% rye. And yesterday on the way here, I delivered to Oak Red Bakery at Shelburne Farm, Salt Lake Champlain, facing New York. And that has our rye in it too. Some rye berries and rye flour. There's a rising tide of grain in Vermont. It's slow, but it's rising and we're all collaborating. I'm working with dairy farmers that have stopped milking cows, and that's really exciting for me. They have land, they have tractors, they have families, they want to stay on the land. And we're giving them another opportunity to grow grain and dry beans. Sean and Sarah Jang in Waterford, Vermont, have 200 acres of grain. Waterford is on the Connecticut River facing New Hampshire. And they are growing grain for bakeries and breweries in Vermont and New Hampshire, sending tractor trailers down to Valley Malt in Massachusetts. Northeast Kingdom Grains, they're a real success story. We had 2 silos and we traded one of them with them to help them get started because we weren't growing barley anymore. We found out that we were selling all of our rye on our farm. It was simpler to grow one crop. So they traded that for planting our crop for 3 years. Our equipment's undersized. You know, we only have 80 acres of grain. And to have them come in and plant our crop every year is a blessing. We just saw dry beans from Glover, Vermont, from Morningstar Farm. They harvest our grain every year. Our 1950s John Deere combine would take about 12 days. And it has in the past. A lot of breakdowns and clog ups, and Seth Johnson comes in 2.5 days and harvests for us. And it's cheaper to give him a check for $3,000 than for us to take 12 days with his 25-year-old John Deere combine. So we're learning about efficiencies. After 7 years, I've seen that it's really best for us to wind down our grain work as farming. I'm starting a grain center in Harrisburg, Vermont, also on Lake Champlain, facing New York, to receive grain from farmers on the day of harvest, clean it, store it, and dry it in the silo, clean it again, and make it available for bakers and to make whiskey on site. So that's an exciting project. It'll be about 2 years from now before we start up. And I've had to stop talking about the need for grain because so many farmers are looking for a market right now. And I was kind of getting egg in my face because we're a few years away from that. But we're continuing to work with farmers that have stopped milking cows. In Hardwick, Vermont, the Meyer family at the North Hardwick farm stopped milking cows 3 years ago. And I've helped them start a farm distillery. They grow corn organically. And they're going to start making whiskey for me with rye from our farm 6 miles away. And corn that Peter grew in North Lawrence, New York. And the seed stock is from Jack Laser in northern Vermont. Jack was my teacher. Many of you know him. And Jack developed the early riser corn that comes up early in the cold Vermont soil. And we wanted to preserve this open pollinated corn. And we're grateful that Peter grew it. And we've been talking today about branding in the market. And we're excited to have a whiskey, early riser whiskey, with Jack Laser's corn and our rye that is from the traditions and history of Vermont. Many of you have had Jack's Butterworks Farms yogurt and read his book, about an inch thick on grain. And he's a hero. He was always a phone call away. And we're honoring him by using his corn to make whiskey. We've learned that the land knows mathematics. We have to give back what we take. And we don't have many cows on the farm right now. And that's part of the shift from 80 acres of grain to starting a grain center to receive grain, because we can impact hundreds of acres. And I feel that's important for us. We tried a herd of 100 pigs. That was wild. And we found out pigs don't give the manure that cows do. And all of our friends around have a lot of cows and do a really good job raising pigs. We can't really buy manure right now with the cost of conventional fertilizer, because the dairy farmers want to keep it on their farm, as they should. So that's changed the dynamics of having a grain farm without a manure source. We also are a real challenge with weeds. I call weeds public enemy number one. On Monday, we'll go to 2 large farms in central New York on a tour that the Northern Grain Growers Association has organized. We'll go to Thor Oshner's and we'll go to Peter Martin's. Both their slides have been up here today. And they have rotations. They have more than one grain crop. They have dry beans. They have animals, sources of manure. I think of Sandy Cyber, who's part of Rye Revival, 1,200 acres of grain and crops in Wisconsin with a 7-crop rotation. So we don't do that. We don't have the equipment or the acreage to really do that, or the markets in far northern Vermont. I got into rye growing because Caledonia Spirits needed rye for rye whiskey. And I applaud those of you who are controlling your weeds. We have some newsletters here, if anyone interested in taking the latest newsletter, the Northern Grain Growers. We work very closely with Heather Darby, and we're really excited about going to central New York to those 2 farms on Monday and going to the Wide Awake Bakery. Red Hen Baking in Middlesex, Vermont is doing baking trials there. And we're so excited to do that we hope to come to the Hudson Valley in a year for a similar tour of grain farms and distilleries and breweries, malting facilities, and then go to Maine a year after that. And it's just wonderful to collaborate and work together. I'm from a family in Scotland that's made whiskey for 110 years, and that's my background. It's how we make the farm work in Scotland. And I see it as the best way that I can contribute to grain farming and support grain farming jobs and the working landscape, because we can build value into the whiskey. It's a lot of work, but I don't think anyone here is getting away with a lack of work. And so grain farming and now whiskey is what we've chosen to do. And I'm excited about the future and grateful to be with you all today.
Thank you, Todd. That was kind of a nice cap at the end of our day today. I want to thank everybody for coming, but you're not